Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. After the main character dies inside of his previous life, he wakes up as Giratina, who is part of the creation trio from the anime Pokemon. He is reborn inside of Eminence in Shadows. What is Giratina gonna do?
Eminence in Shadow, what if I'm reborn as Giratina? Chapter 1, Awakening as Shredder. I remember the blinding flash of headlights. A horn blared, far too close, and then silence. For an instant, I thought that was it, life over, everything finished. But instead of darkness swallowing me, I felt breath fill my lungs again. My eyes opened to the glow of lamplight. The ceiling above me wasn't plaster or drywall. It was carved wood, beams running neatly across, with the faint shimmer of oil lamps casting soft shadows. The smell of burning wick and old parchment filled my nose. I blinked several times, confused. My arms, when I pushed myself upright, didn't look like mine. My skin tone was different, my hands more slender but strong, and my reflection in the polished surface of a nearby silver tray made it clear I was not myself. "That's new," I muttered aloud, hearing the sound of my own voice. It was deeper than I remembered, smoother, with a natural lilt that made it sound almost playful. I stood slowly, taking in the surroundings. A small chamber, lined with bookshelves, scrolls scattered across a desk. A sword rested in a stand, gleaming faintly in the lamplight. Whoever this body belonged to, they had wealth, or at least standing. Memories surged into my head all at once, uninvited but impossible to resist. They weren't mine, yet they were clear, like someone had taken my mind and painted another man's life across it. His name was Shredder. A young noble within a city that felt strangely familiar, Midgar. Eminence in Shadow, I whispered, realizing where I was. That meant this world had its own rules, its own dangers, and its own players already moving. I sat heavily on the edge of the bed, rubbing the bridge of my nose. The memories continued to flicker: Shredder's childhood, lessons under stern tutors, sword drills in the courtyard, and whispered rumors about the royal family. But there was something else, buried deeper, something not his. Something mine now. I inhaled slowly, feeling a strange pulse at the core of my body. When I focused on it, it was like touching a storm. Dark, twisting, yet familiar. I leaned into it, curious. My skin rippled, my bones felt like they were bending, and in the next heartbeat, I wasn't human anymore. I towered in the cramped room, wings brushing the rafters, 6 great tendrils curling behind me. My body was long, serpentine, scales glinting black and crimson, golden mask-like plates adorning my face. The air around me bent as though reality itself didn't want me here. Giratina, the name slipped out with a laugh, cheerful despite the situation. Of all things I could turn into, I get the big scary dragon from Pokemon. That's actually kind of amazing. I shifted back quickly before the room collapsed under my weight. My human form snapped back into place, breath leaving me in a rush. I sat down on the bed again, chuckling under my breath. "All right, Shredder," I said to myself, tapping my chin. "You're in Midgar. You've got some noble's life now. And you can turn into a reality-warping dragon. Not bad. Not bad at all." The knock on the door startled me. "Lord Shredder," came a voice. It was formal, deferential. "A servant," from the tone. I grinned. "Yes." I called back, in a cheerful tone that almost sang the word. "The carriage is ready. Your father awaits you in the hall." I stood, dusting myself off. Memories told me this was expected: an outing with the family, another appearance to maintain noble standing. Which meant politics. I groaned but let a smile tug at my lips anyway. "Tell him I'll be there in a moment," I replied. "Yes, my lord." The footsteps retreated. I stretched, rolling my shoulders. Part of me wanted to test Giratina's power immediately, to see just how far it went, but the rational part of me reminded that tearing open the sky in the middle of Midgar would probably get me hunted before I even had breakfast. Better to play the part for now. Still, the thought lingered. I could become Giratina. That wasn't just power, it was something terrifyingly unique. Something that, if anyone found out, would set the world on fire. I left the room, moving through the halls with a leisurely pace. The shredder I now inhabited had confidence, arrogance even, and his smile came easily. I found myself using it as I descended the staircase, teasing glances thrown at servants who blushed and quickly looked away. Too easy, I muttered with amusement. At the bottom of the stairs, a tall, broad man with a stern jaw and fine robes stood waiting. His expression was neutral, but his eyes studied me sharply. Shredder's father. The memories supplied his name, Lord Halden. You took your time, he said evenly. I laughed cheerfully, raising my hands in mock surrender. What can I say? Looking this good takes effort. His frown deepened slightly, but he turned and gestured for me to follow. Come. We must not keep the Viscount waiting. The ride through Midgar was almost relaxing. I leaned back in the carriage, peeking out the window as the streets passed by. Vendors shouted, children ran between carts, and armored knights patrolled with spears in hand. The city was alive, and I couldn't help but grin. Lord Halden sat across from me, posture stiff. He glanced at me more than once, as though trying to measure if I was serious about anything at all. I met his gaze with a playful smile every time, which only made him sigh and look away. You should take this meeting seriously, he said finally. I'll smile, I'll nod, I'll be charming, I answered with a light chuckle. What more could they want? His jaw clenched, but he didn't argue further. The carriage arrived at the Viscount's estate not long after. Guards opened the gates, and we were escorted inside to a hall filled with other nobles. I slipped into the role easily, smiles, handshakes, teasing remarks that made younger nobles blush or stammer. I thrived in it, even if Shredder's father looked like he wanted to bury his face in his hands. Still, my mind wasn't on the politics. Every time I caught my reflection in the polished floor, I thought of the golden mask of Giratina. Every time I shook a hand, I wondered what would happen if I let even a fraction of that power out. The temptation to test it somewhere far away grew stronger by the minute. For now, though, I kept smiling, kept teasing, kept playing the cheerful noble. Chapter 2, Into the Forest. The noble hall was full of chatter, polite laughter, and the faint clinking of glasses. I leaned casually against a pillar, pretending to listen to two younger lords arguing over trade routes. Their words blurred together into background noise. My thoughts were already elsewhere. I had felt it in my chest since the moment I woke in this body, that pulse of power waiting to be unleashed. Sitting here pretending to care about crop yields and tariffs was torture. I needed space. I needed air. Most importantly, I needed to see just what this Giratina form could do. Excuse me, gentlemen, I interrupted the two nobles with an easy smile. They paused mid-argument and blinked at me. As fascinating as your debate over wheat prices is, I think I'll let you two finish it without me. I wouldn't want to risk falling asleep standing up. One of them looked scandalized, the other chuckled nervously. I patted both of them on the shoulders and sauntered off, grinning to myself. The guards at the main doors were focused on the flow of new arrivals. None of them paid attention to a bored noble son slipping out into the garden. I hummed under my breath, hands in my pockets, as I strolled past the trimmed hedges and the marble fountains. The moon hung high overhead, its pale light washing over the estate grounds. Now then, I muttered, tugging at the collar of my coat. Where can a man go around here without causing a scene? The answer came quickly. Beyond the garden walls stretched the forest. Thick, dark, quiet. Exactly what I needed. I checked over my shoulder once to make sure no one was watching. Then, with a cheerful whistle, I hopped the low wall and landed on the other side. The forest swallowed me almost instantly. The sounds of the party faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the chirping of insects. I walked deeper, boots crunching against fallen twigs. Every step I took, the urge to let loose grew stronger. My fingers twitched, itching to test the transformation again. I found a clearing not far from a stream and exhaled slowly, rolling my shoulders. "All right, let's see this properly," I said with a grin. The shift was immediate. That pulse at my core surged outward, spreading through every limb. My bones stretched, skin hardened, and the air itself seemed to recoil. I grew taller, longer, until my body broke the tree line. 6 great tendrils whipped through the air behind me, golden plating forming across my face and chest. My wings tore through branches as if they were paper. I laughed, the sound booming unnaturally from my throat. "Oh, that's better." The ground beneath me trembled faintly with each movement. I twisted my serpentine body, testing the flexibility, snapping trees in half by accident. Shadows bent unnaturally around me, and the stream's surface rippled though no wind blew. Not subtle, I admitted aloud, amusement dripping from my tone. But impressive. I tried a few movements. A beat of my wings stirred a violent gust, throwing leaves and branches into the air. A sweep of my tail split the earth open in a shallow trench. My claws dug easily through boulders. The power was intoxicating, but I knew enough to keep my wits. Too much noise would draw attention. I lowered my massive body, curling slightly around the clearing as I experimented more carefully. A pulse of energy gathered at my chest, spreading outward like waves across a pond. Where it passed, reality itself seemed to shimmer faintly, as if the world didn't want me here. That's when I heard it. A low growl echoed from the treeline. My head snapped in that direction, golden eyes narrowing. From the shadows emerged a pack of wolves. Not normal wolves, larger, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Magical beasts. Of course. "Well, hello there," I rumbled cheerfully. My voice carried like a quake, sending some of the wolves stumbling back. "Did I interrupt your midnight snack?" The largest wolf bared its fangs and let out a snarl. The others spread out, circling me carefully. I tilted my head, amused. "Brave," I mused. "Suicidal, but brave." The alpha lunged first, aiming for my side. I shifted slightly and slapped it down with a single tendril. The beast yelped as it crashed into the dirt, unmoving. The others hesitated. "Your move," I teased. 3 charged at once. One tried for my neck, another for my tail, the third went low. I chuckled and whipped 2 tendrils out, catching 2 midair and slamming them into the ground. The third managed to clamp its jaws on my scales, but its teeth barely scratched. I shook it off like dust, sending it tumbling. The pack broke instantly. The survivors fled back into the trees, tails between their legs. I watched them go with a wide grin. "Wise choice," I called after them. I straightened, stretching my body high above the treetops. The rush of combat, even that tiny scuffle, had me buzzing. This form wasn't just strong, it was overwhelming. And that was without me even trying. I exhaled, amused, but then caught a glimmer in the distance. Lights. Torches moving through the forest. I squinted, lowering myself carefully. "Oh," I muttered. "Looks like someone noticed." I shrank down, forcing myself back into human form. The transformation folded in on itself, scales retreating, wings collapsing, until I stood in the clearing again, breathing heavily but grinning. The torches drew closer. I crouched behind a tree, peeking out. A patrol of knights moved cautiously through the woods, weapons drawn. Reports said something huge moved through here, one whispered. Tracks are fresh, another answered, pointing at the broken trees and gouged earth. I chuckled under my breath. Oops. They advanced further into the clearing. I weighed my options. I couldn't exactly explain why there were giant claw marks in the dirt. On the other hand, leaving now would make me look suspicious if anyone connected this to the party. All right, time to play the clueless noble, I whispered to myself. I stepped out from behind the tree, raising my hands casually. Evening, gentlemen. I called cheerfully. Lovely night for a walk, isn't it? The knights froze, startled. One of them frowned deeply. Lord Shredder? What are you doing here? I grinned, shrugging lightly. Couldn't stand another second of those boring trade talks. Figured I'd sneak out for some fresh air. Didn't expect to find you all having a midnight adventure. Their leader exchanged uncertain glances with the others. You shouldn't be out here. It's dangerous. Something big passed through. I widened my eyes theatrically, looking at the broken trees. Really? And here I thought the gardeners just got carried away. A few of the younger knights snorted despite themselves. Their captain silenced them with a glare. We'll escort you back, my lord, he said firmly. I pouted playfully but nodded. Fine, fine. Can't have me eaten by whatever's lurking out here, right? They surrounded me in a protective formation and began leading me back toward the estate. I walked along cheerfully, hands clasped behind my head, humming under my breath. None of them seemed entirely sure if I was an idiot or just pretending. Which worked perfectly for me. By the time we reached the estate gates again, the torches had been doused and the knights were muttering to each other about the mystery beast. I smiled, slipping back into the hall as though nothing had happened. Inside, the nobles were still chatting away, oblivious. I rejoined the crowd smoothly, flashing a grin at my father, who looked vaguely suspicious. Where have you been? He demanded quietly. Just stretching my legs, I said cheerfully. You wouldn't believe the wildlife out there. He narrowed his eyes, but before he could press, another noble pulled him into conversation. I took the opportunity to sip a glass of wine and laugh to myself. Chapter 3, Rumors of the Beast. The chatter of the banquet washed over me like a dull wave. Nobles laughed too loudly at jokes that weren't funny, clinked their glasses together as if the sound alone proved their importance, and whispered behind fans about alliances and inheritances. I leaned against a pillar again, swirling the wine in my glass with a lazy grin. I had slipped back into the party without much fuss after my little stroll in the woods, but the knights hadn't stayed quiet. They'd gone off in a huddle, voices hushed but urgent, and I knew word of what they'd seen would travel faster than spilled wine on silk. Broken trees. Torn ground. A pack of magical wolves scattered like frightened puppies. They hadn't seen me in Giratina form, but they had seen the aftermath. And knights gossip. Sure enough, by the time I circled back toward the main hall, snippets of conversation began to float into my ears. A creature of enormous size, they said. Trees splintered as if struck by giants. Nonsense. Drunken guards inventing tales. Then how do you explain the ground being split open? I've seen the marks myself. I chuckled quietly, sipping my wine. Well, that didn't take long. I moved closer to a group of younger nobles lingering near the side doors. They huddled together, voices pitched low but not low enough. Said it was taller than the trees themselves, one whispered, eyes wide. Ridiculous, another scoffed. If such a thing were near Midgar, the capital would be on alert. You're being gullible. But the knights swear by it, the first insisted. And more patrols are already being organized. They wouldn't waste men chasing shadows. I strolled up with a wide grin, startling them enough that one nearly spilled his drink. Talking about tall scary monsters, are we? They stiffened, bowing their heads slightly. Lord Shredder, the bolder one greeted. Please, don't let me interrupt, I said cheerfully, waving them off. I do enjoy a good campfire story. One of them hesitated before speaking. They say something vast moved through the forest tonight. Something not natural. The nights are unsettled. I widened my eyes dramatically. Really? And here I was out there myself, and all I found were trees and bugs. Their faces paled. You were in the forest. I grinned. What can I say? Parties bore me. Wolves, though they're excellent conversationalists. One noble sputtered. The others glanced at each other, clearly unsure if I was joking or insane. I winked and took another sip of wine, savoring their discomfort. Teasing nobles was far more entertaining than listening to them. But beneath the cheer, I couldn't ignore the truth, the rumors were already spreading. That meant attention. And attention in this city was dangerous. Between noble politics, the royal family's constant posturing, and whispers of darker cults moving in the shadows, I couldn't afford anyone connecting the monster in the forest to me. Later in the night, I slipped away from the crowd and leaned against the balcony overlooking the estate grounds. From here, I could see torchlights flickering in the distance, knights patrolling, widening their search. I let out a low whistle. Efficient bunch, aren't they? I muttered to myself. A familiar voice cleared his throat behind me. My father. Of course. You left the hall again, Lord Halden said evenly. I turned with my usual grin. What can I say? The stars are prettier company than drunk politicians. He frowned, stepping closer. I've heard what the knights are saying. A beast in the forest. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I laughed loudly, almost spilling my wine. Me? Father, please. Do I look like I could wrestle a monster taller than trees? I'd spill my drink before it got close. His eyes lingered on me, sharp and suspicious, but after a moment he shook his head. Stay away from the patrols. If there is something out there, it's dangerous. I set my free hand on my chest dramatically. Touched by your concern. He gave me one last look before returning inside, leaving me with the cool night air. I exhaled, letting my smile fade for just a moment. The knights weren't going to let this go. If anything, their reports would climb higher to captains, to generals, maybe even to the royal family itself. And if the cult of Diablos caught wind of a massive beast wandering near Midgar, they'd certainly take interest. I rubbed the back of my neck, thinking carefully. Teasing people was fun, but this wasn't a game I could laugh through forever. If people I actually cared about, well, assuming I ended up caring, got caught in the crossfire, things would change fast. But for now, it was just whispers. And I thrived in whispers. I returned to the hall before my absence raised eyebrows. Nobles glanced my way as I passed. Some curious. Some wary. A few already whispering about me, no doubt connecting my stroll outside to the night's stories. I flashed them all a cheerful smile as if I hadn't a care in the world. The rest of the evening dragged on, nobles discussing trade and alliances while I entertained myself by making small comments that left them flustered. But the rumors never stopped circulating, and by the time the banquet ended, the entire hall buzzed with speculation about the forest beast. When the carriage finally brought us back home, I stretched and yawned as if nothing had happened. But later that night, lying awake in my bed, I heard the faint sound of armored boots outside. Patrols again. Stronger this time. The beast of the forest had already become a story, and stories have weight in this world. Chapter 4, The Royal Knight's Questions. The following morning was anything but quiet. I could tell the moment I woke up no cheerful birdsong outside my window, no lazy servants chatting in the hall. Instead, the sound of boots clanging against stone echoed faintly from outside. More patrols. I sat up in bed, stretching with a wide yawn. Well, someone's busy, I muttered cheerfully, rubbing the back of my neck. The memories of the night before came back easily, the wolves, the shattered trees, the knights stumbling across the aftermath. I hadn't expected the rumors to catch fire quite this quickly, but here we were. After dressing in a loose tunic and trousers, comfort over formality, despite what my father would have preferred, I wandered down into the main hall of our estate. Servants bowed as I passed, their faces pale, their movements tense. They whispered to each other when they thought I wasn't listening. More knights at the gate. Searching the grounds again. They said the beast was enormous. I grinned, walking right past them. Don't worry, I only bite when I'm hungry, I teased lightly, earning a few nervous laughs and even paler faces. At the bottom of the stairs, I spotted my father already speaking with someone at the door. Not just any someone. This man stood taller than the average knight, his posture stiff and commanding, his armor gleaming with the crest of the royal guard. His cape was deep crimson, the kind only carried by those in direct service to the palace. Well, that looks important, I murmured under my breath as I strolled closer. The knight's gaze flicked toward me immediately. His eyes were sharp, assessing, as though he were already calculating something. My father's expression tightened when he noticed me approaching. Shredder, Lord Halden said firmly, this is Sir Galvin, Royal Knight of the Palace Guard. He is here on official business. I flashed a cheerful smile. Pleasure to meet you, Sir Galvin. Do I bow, salute, or would a hug be too forward? The knight didn't so much as twitch a smile. Lord Shredder, he said in a tone that could have cut stone, you were seen outside the estate during last night's banquet. Reports place you near the same area where evidence of the beast was discovered. My father's jaw clenched. He was walking. My son does not involve himself with dangerous creatures. Galvin's eyes stayed fixed on me. Is that so? Then perhaps you will clarify what you saw. I tilted my head, tapping my chin in thought. Let's see, trees, a stream, and a pack of wolves who didn't appreciate me interrupting their dinner. They had dreadful table manners, by the way. The knight's frown deepened. Wolves cannot cause the destruction we found. I shrugged lightly, spreading my arms. Well, if there was something bigger, it must have decided I wasn't worth the trouble. Can't say I'm flattered, but at least I didn't end up in its stomach. My father gave me a look that screamed take this seriously, but I only grinned wider. The tension in the air was thick enough to chew, and I enjoyed watching Galvin try to pin me down with his glare. You will not jest about this, Galvin said firmly. A threat near Midgar cannot be ignored. If you withhold details, you will endanger not only your house but the city itself. I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice just enough to sound conspiratorial. Between you and me, Sir Knight, if I had seen a monster, don't you think I'd be screaming about it to every person I met? Or fainting dramatically on the floor, demanding a rescue? I'm charming, but I'm not suicidal. He didn't reply immediately, studying me with a heavy silence. Finally, he exhaled through his nose and straightened. Very well. But understand this, Lord Shredder, if there is even a hint you are withholding information, the palace will treat it as obstruction. You will be summoned to testify directly. I clutched my chest theatrically. Testify? You make it sound so serious. Should I practice my speech in the mirror? Galvin's frown remained carved in stone. With a sharp nod to my father, he turned on his heel and strode out, his cape sweeping behind him. The heavy slam of the front door followed a moment later. Silence lingered. My father exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Do you have any idea what you're playing at? He asked tightly. I grinned, leaning against the door frame. Of course I do. It's called having fun. His glare could have killed a lesser man. The royal guard does not play games. If suspicion falls on this house, it will not matter how clever your words are. Do not draw their attention further. Relax, father, I said with a cheerful wave. I told the truth. I didn't see any giant monster. Just some wolves with anger issues. If they don't believe me, that's their problem. He muttered something under his breath and stormed off toward his study. I chuckled softly, watching him go. Stiff as ever, I said to myself. But beneath the grin, I couldn't ignore the knot forming in my stomach. Galvin hadn't been convinced. He'd be back, or worse, he'd send others. The more they dug, the more dangerous this became. I strolled toward the kitchen, snagged an apple from a passing servant's tray, and bit into it with a loud crunch. The servants gave me nervous looks, no doubt having overheard everything. I winked at them, earning awkward smiles. Later that afternoon, patrols doubled outside. From my window, I could see knights moving in squads of 4 or 6, sweeping the woods with hounds and scouts. The city guard clearly believed something massive was out there, and Galvin wasn't letting it go. I leaned on the windowsill, munching the last of my apple, and sighed cheerfully. Well, looks like I've got fans already. Who knew smashing a few trees would cause such a fuss? Still, I wasn't reckless enough to let this spiral further. The more they searched, the more chance someone might stumble across me testing my powers again. I'd have to be careful, at least for now. That night, the estate was quieter than usual. My father had confined himself to his study, likely writing reports to reassure the palace we weren't harboring secrets. The servants whispered nervously about the beast. Outside, the clink of armor and the shuffle of boots carried faintly through the night air. I sat at my desk, drumming my fingers against the wood. My thoughts circled back to Galvin's expression, hard, suspicious, unwilling to let anything slide. He'll definitely come back, I muttered with a grin. And when he does, I'll just have to be even more charming. But a part of me, the part I didn't joke about, recognized the weight of this attention. If the royal knights decided I was hiding something, they wouldn't stop at questions. And if things ever reached the point where someone I actually cared about was threatened because of me, my cheer would vanish quickly. For now, though, it was still a game. And I always enjoyed games. Chapter 5, The Return of Sir Galvin. The next day began like any other, or at least, as ordinary as things could be in a noble house under suspicion. The servants were stiff and quiet as they moved about their duties. Father was already buried in his study, quill scratching rapidly against parchment as he composed yet another letter to the palace. And outside, the steady rhythm of armored boots on stone never stopped. Patrols had doubled again overnight, their presence impossible to ignore. I lounged in the sitting room, one leg thrown over the arm of the chair, idly tossing an apple up and catching it with lazy precision. Every so often, I could hear the muffled sound of knights barking orders in the distance. They were persistent, I'd give them that. Feels like I've become a celebrity, I muttered with a grin, spinning the apple in my hand before taking a bite. The crunch echoed in the empty room. And all it took was knocking over a few trees. Impressive. Resume. The door slammed open without warning. My head turned lazily toward the sound. Standing there in the doorway, as rigid as ever, was Sir Galvin. But this time, he wasn't alone. 6 royal knights stepped in behind him, armor polished to a mirror shine, swords strapped at their waists. Their boots struck the floor in unison, the sound sharp and deliberate. They spread out, forming a wall behind Galvin as he advanced into the room. Well, I said cheerfully, leaning back further in my chair. If I'd known I'd be getting such important guests, I would have ordered more wine. Or at least better chairs. Galvin didn't return the humor. His eyes narrowed, his voice cutting like steel. Lord Shredder. We need to speak. Again. I tilted my head, taking another casual bite of my apple. Didn't we do this already? I'm starting to think you just enjoy my company. His frown deepened. The palace does not enjoy games. You were present in the forest the night the creature appeared. Evidence continues to mount. This house is under suspicion. Suspicion of what? I asked lightly, raising a brow. Being too handsome? I admit, guilty as charged. Two of the knights behind him stiffened, clearly struggling not to react. Galvin's glare silenced them instantly. He stepped closer, his armor clinking with each deliberate move. You will answer plainly, he said firmly. What did you see in the forest? I shrugged, tossing the apple core aside onto a tray. Told you already. Trees, wolves, fresh air. Oh, and mud on my boots. Very distressing. Galvin's jaw tightened. You mock the authority of the crown. I spread my arms innocently. No, no. I mock everyone equally. Fair's fair. The tension in the room thickened. My father appeared then, striding quickly from the hallway, his face stern and pale. Sir Galvin, he said in a controlled voice, I will remind you that this is my estate. If you wish to question my son, you will do so with restraint. Galvin turned slightly toward him, but his eyes stayed fixed on me. Lord Halden, I respect your station. But a threat to Midgar outweighs courtesy. If your son refuses to cooperate, we will take him to the palace for questioning. The knights behind him shifted subtly, ready to move at a word. My father froze, his face darkening. That would be a grave insult to this house. I clapped my hands once, breaking the tension. All right, no need for all the long faces. You want to know what I saw? Fine. I leaned forward in my chair, resting my chin on my hand with a playful smile. I saw a pack of wolves. Mean ones, bigger than normal. They didn't like me being there. We had a little disagreement. I won. Galvin's eyes sharpened. You fought them. Fought is a strong word. More like, gave them a stern talking to. One of the younger knights shifted uncomfortably. Galvin, however, didn't blink. Wolves alone cannot explain the destruction. Trees splintered. Earth torn apart. The tracks were enormous. I widened my eyes in mock surprise. Enormous, you say? Well, maybe they were mutant wolves. Happens all the time, right? Too much bad stew, they grow twice the size. The knights didn't laugh. My father pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering under his breath. Galvin stepped even closer until he loomed over me. You take this lightly. But understand this, Lord Shredder. If you know something, if you are withholding information, you endanger not only yourself, but your house. And the palace does not forgive easily. For the first time, I let my smile soften, the cheer fading just enough to show a flicker of seriousness. My voice dropped slightly. And what exactly do you think I'm hiding? That I went for a stroll and decided to smash trees for fun. Galvin's expression didn't change. If not you, then perhaps something you encountered. You will remain under observation. If further evidence is uncovered, we will not ask next time. He turned sharply, cape snapping behind him, and marched toward the door. The knights followed, their boots striking in perfect rhythm. Within moments, the room was empty again, the heavy silence returning. I leaned back in my chair with a grin, exhaling loudly. Well, that was fun. My father rounded on me instantly. Do you not understand the danger you are in? Of course I do, I replied cheerfully. But if I acted like I was guilty, then I'd really be in trouble. This way, they just think I'm an idiot. His glare was icy. One day, your carelessness will ruin us all. He stormed out, robes sweeping the floor. I chuckled to myself, leaning my head back against the chair. The truth was, I knew Galvin wasn't finished. He'd be watching me, probably already assigning men to shadow my every move. Which meant the fun part was just beginning. That evening, I wandered out into the estate gardens, hands tucked behind my head, humming softly. The sky was painted orange with the setting sun, patrols still visible at the edge of the forest. I spotted a pair of knights lingering near the gate, their eyes flicking toward me whenever they thought I wasn't looking. Spies already, hey? I said with amusement. Well, at least they're subtle. Sort of. I sat down on the edge of a fountain, trailing my fingers in the water. The ripples danced under my touch, reflecting the torchlight beginning to bloom across the estate. I could almost hear the whispers of the servants inside, the stiff tension of a household under watch. But me? I just grinned. Let them keep watching, I murmured. It'll make things more entertaining. Chapter 6, Under Watch. The next morning, I didn't even need to step outside to realize my life had gotten more crowded. From my bedroom window, I could already see them, two royal knights standing near the gate of our estate. They weren't just any knights either. They carried themselves differently, sharper, with that rigid discipline drilled into soldiers who actually mattered. Their armor gleamed, their hands never far from their weapons, and most importantly, their eyes never stopped moving. I leaned on the sill with a grin, chin resting on my palm. Well, well. Babysitters. Cute. When I came down to breakfast, the servants were whispering more than usual. They carried trays with stiff arms, casting nervous glances toward the door. My father sat at the head of the table, posture as rigid as always, his jaw tight. He didn't speak at first, not until I dropped lazily into the chair beside him and poured myself a cup of tea. You realize they're watching you now, he said flatly. I lifted the cup and sipped, letting the steam warm my face. Oh, I noticed. Makes me feel important. Like I'm the star of a parade. His glare sharpened. Do not treat this lightly. Galvin will not relent. Those men outside, they report your every move. Then I should make sure to give them something worth reporting, I replied cheerfully, biting into a roll. Crumbs fell onto my tunic, and I brushed them off with exaggerated care. My father muttered something under his breath, the words lost in his frustration. He pushed back his chair and left the table, robe swishing as he stormed out. That left me alone with the nervous servants. I winked at one of them, causing her to drop a spoon with a loud clatter. She blushed furiously and scurried away. I chuckled softly, finishing my breakfast without hurry. When I finally stepped out of the estate gates, the knights moved instantly. They didn't approach me, not directly, but their eyes followed every step I took. One stood by the wall, the other lingered just off the path. Their helmets caught the sunlight, their polished armor almost blinding. I strolled past them with a lazy wave. Good morning, gentlemen. Don't work too hard, standing still like that is terrible for circulation. They didn't answer. Not even a twitch. Their silence only made me grin wider. I headed into the streets of Midgar, hands tucked behind my head as I walked. The city bustled as always, vendors shouting over each other, children darting between carts, the clatter of horses on cobblestone. And trailing just far enough to avoid suspicion, my two shadows followed. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, they adjusted. If I paused to examine a fruit stall, they stopped to admire a barrel. If I leaned against a wall to watch street performers, they pretended to chat with one another. They were good. Not subtle, but disciplined. This could get fun, I muttered under my breath, a smile tugging at my lips. I decided to test them. With a cheerful whistle, I veered off into a busier part of the marketplace. I stopped at every other stall, pointing at random objects and making teasing comments to the merchants. "That's a very fine-looking cabbage," I said, leaning close to one flustered vendor. "Tell me, do you polish it every morning?" The poor man blinked rapidly, unsure how to respond. Behind me, I heard the faint scrape of armor as my shadows shifted positions again. Next stall. "Ah, a sword. Perfect. But does it come with instructions? I'd hate to cut the wrong person." The blacksmith frowned, clearly not sure if I was serious. I winked and moved on, hands clasped behind my back. The knights adjusted again, always staying just far enough back. I strolled into a quieter side street, my grin widening. Within moments, the clatter of boots followed. They turned the corner after me, still keeping that exact distance. I spun suddenly, catching them in the act. "Enjoying the view?" I called out cheerfully. The two knights froze. They didn't answer, their silence unbroken behind their visors. I took a few casual steps closer, tilting my head. "You're not very chatty, are you?" "That's all right. I can do enough talking for both of us." Still nothing. Their discipline was impressive, I had to admit. With a shrug, I turned back around and walked off, humming under my breath. "Suit yourselves. But if you're going to follow me everywhere, I hope you like long walks and terrible jokes." The day went on like that. Wherever I went, they followed. When I bought bread from a stall, they loitered by the fountain. When I sat on a bench to watch children chase each other through the street, they leaned against a wall. When I ducked into a tavern for a drink, they stood outside, armor glinting in the sun. The other patrons noticed, of course. Whispers spread quickly in a city like Midgar. "Is that a noble under watch? Why would the royal knights shadow him? Did he anger someone important?" I leaned back in my chair with a grin, raising my mug. "To my health, apparently." The tavern owner looked pale, clearly uncomfortable with armored knights outside his door. I tossed him a few extra coins when I left, flashing him a playful smile. "For your trouble. Think of it as rent for the scenery." By the time I returned home that evening, the servants were buzzing again. They bowed stiffly as I entered, eyes darting nervously toward the windows. My father was waiting in the main hall, his arms folded. "You brought more attention onto this house today," he said coldly. I grinned, shrugging off the tension. "Not my fault the knights have no sense of humor. I tried to include them in the fun." His glare hardened. "Fun will not protect us when Galvin decides to act. These men will not tire, and they will not leave. You have made yourself their target." I leaned against the wall, folding my arms loosely. "Then I guess I should make sure they enjoy the show. After all, what's the point of being watched if you're boring?" He turned away sharply, muttering under his breath as he stalked toward his study. The door slammed shut behind him. I chuckled softly, then looked out the window again. Sure enough, the two knights still stood outside, posted like statues. Watching. Always watching. "Good evening, gentlemen," I murmured with a grin. "Sleep well? Oh, wait, you don't." Chapter 7, The Shadow Realm. The estate was quiet that night, but not peaceful. The sound of armored boots still carried from the gates, faint but steady, a constant reminder of my two shadows outside. Even with the hour late and the lamps dimmed, they hadn't moved. Loyal watchdogs. I almost admired it. Almost. I lay sprawled across my bed, hands folded behind my head, staring up at the ceiling beams. The flicker of the oil lamp on the desk threw uneven shadows across the room. I'd spent the whole day playing cat and mouse with my guards, but now the silence pressed against me. "Well, I muttered cheerfully to the empty room, if they're going to watch me all day, then I'll just play at night instead. The pulse in my chest answered immediately. That's strange. Heavy power I'd felt ever since waking in this body, it stirred when I thought about it, demanding release. I sat up, rolling my shoulders, a grin pulling at my lips. Let's see what else you can do, Giratina. I let the energy rise. The shift was instant. Bones stretched, skin hardened, tendrils unfurled from my back as wings burst outward. My body twisted and grew until the rafters groaned in protest. The air warped around me, bending as if reality itself wanted me gone. My lamp shattered from the pressure, plunging the room into gloom broken only by the faint glow of my golden mask. I exhaled through fanged jaws, the sound low and thunderous. The room was too small for this form. Too tight. Too fragile. I pushed harder, focusing on that swirling power deep inside, and the world itself seemed to peel. A crack split open in front of me, jagged and wrong, like a wound in space. Beyond it, I saw darkness, not empty, but thick, shifting, alive. A realm that wasn't part of this world. Well, that looks welcoming, I said with a rumble of amusement. Without hesitation, I slipped through. The shift was jarring. One moment I was in my room, the next I was floating in a place where up and down had no meaning. The ground, if it could be called that, twisted and curled like shattered glass suspended in the air. Pieces of broken land hovered at odd angles, connected by nothing. Purple mist coiled lazily through the void. I turned slowly, wings beating once. The motion carried me easily through the strange space. My tendrils trailed behind me, brushing against fragments of floating stone. The place felt endless and suffocating at the same time. Well, this is different, I muttered, my voice echoing strangely. Cozy. Needs a bit of furniture, maybe a carpet. No answer came, just the hum of the place itself, like a constant vibration against my scales. I drifted toward a chunk of stone large enough to stand on and lowered myself down. The moment my claws touched it, ripples spread across its surface, as though I'd stepped onto water. Yet it held firm. Testing, I beat my wings again. A gale swept out, scattering smaller fragments of stone. The realm bent around the force, then settled back into its eerie stillness. I sat there for a moment, golden eyes scanning the strange horizon. This wasn't just empty space. This was mine. I could feel it. The way the mist curled closer when I moved, the way the stone shifted as if awaiting command, it all bent to me. A grin split my fanged maw. So. I've got a private playground. How thoughtful. I spent the next while experimenting. When I willed it, the fragments of land shifted, pulling together to form rough platforms. With a thought, the mist thickened, swirling into walls before dispersing again. My tendrils lashed out, rending the air itself, and the realm simply healed behind them. At one point, I opened my jaws and let a pulse of raw energy blast outward. It tore through floating rock like parchment, sending shards scattering. Yet moments later, the pieces drifted back into place, as though nothing had happened. I laughed, the sound booming through the void. Endless practice space. Perfect. After some time, I shrank back into human form, standing on one of the floating platforms with my arms crossed. The shift felt smoother now, less jarring, as though the realm itself encouraged it. I sat down cross-legged, staring into the shifting mist. All right, Shredder, I muttered cheerfully, you've got knights watching outside your house, nobles whispering about monsters in the woods, and now a whole creepy shadow realm in your back pocket. You're either the luckiest or the most doomed noble in Midgar. Silence answered me, but it didn't matter. I leaned back on my hands, grinning. The place hummed faintly under me, a reminder that it was there, waiting whenever I wanted it. I wasn't worried about being caught here. Time felt strange, stretched thin. The knights outside could stand guard all night, and they'd never know where I'd slipped off to. Eventually, I stood again, brushing non-existent dust from my trousers. All right, enough sightseeing. Let's not keep the babysitters waiting too long. I let the power rise again, splitting the air open in another jagged crack. Stepping through, I found myself back in my room, the shattered lamp still smoking faintly on the desk. The window showed the same faint torchlight outside, the nights unmoving. No time had passed at all. I chuckled softly, shifting back fully into human form. Convenient. I like it. I flopped back onto the bed, folding my arms behind my head. Sleep came easily, a grin still plastered across my face. Chapter 8, An Unexpected Inspection. The following night was quiet in the estate, but the air outside carried tension like the hum of a blade. I had gone to bed grinning, satisfied after slipping into that strange shadowy realm again, but the faint noises carried in through my window reminded me I wasn't the only one awake. The nights were restless. I could hear them moving more than usual, their boots crunching on gravel, their armor clinking as they shifted positions. They weren't talking much, but when they did, their voices were hushed, urgent. I lay on my bed with one arm behind my head, listening. Well, I muttered softly, looks like somebody saw something they didn't like. By morning, it was clear they had. When I came downstairs, the servants were pale, whispering as they set the table for breakfast. One dropped a spoon at the sight of me and stammered an apology before scurrying away. My father sat at the head of the table, already frowning, his tea untouched. What did I miss? I asked cheerfully, sliding into my seat and pouring myself a cup. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he fixed me with that sharp look of his, the one that tried to pierce right through the nonsense I always threw up. Finally, he said in a low tone, the nights outside reported disturbances during the night. Flickering lights. Strange sounds. I sipped my tea slowly, savoring the heat. Maybe they were just bored and imagining things. Standing guard all night must be exhausting. I'd start seeing monsters in my sleep too. His expression didn't shift. They've reported to Sir Galvin. He will come here today. I set down my cup with a grin. Already? And here I thought he'd at least send me a letter first. Very inconsiderate. My father's glare sharpened. This is no joke, Shredder. If Galvin suspects, then I'll just flash him my best smile and tell him I had a peaceful night's sleep, I interrupted lightly, waving a hand. Simple. He muttered something under his breath and returned to his tea, though his hand tightened on the cup. True to his word, Galvin arrived by midday. The heavy sound of hooves clattered against the cobblestone, followed by the slam of armored boots against stone. I peeked from a balcony window and saw them Galvin himself at the front, flanked by 8 knights this time. Twice as many as before. 8, I said with amusement. He must really like me. They didn't wait long to be shown in. Within minutes, the main hall was full of the sound of armor. Galvin stood tall at the center, helmet tucked under one arm, his stern eyes sweeping the room. My father greeted him with stiff formality, but Galvin barely acknowledged it. His gaze shifted to me instantly. Lord Shredder, he said firmly, there were reports of disturbances at your estate last night. Flickering lights. Sounds no ordinary creature makes. Do you have an explanation? I leaned against the nearest pillar, hands in my pockets, grinning wide. Disturbances? That's a new one. I must have been snoring louder than usual. Not a twitch from him. This is not a jest. Of course it isn't, I said cheerfully. It's a serious accusation about my sleep habits. Very offensive, you know. A couple of the younger knights shifted, clearly struggling to keep their composure. Galvin's glare silenced them instantly. "You will allow us to search the estate," he said. My father stiffened, his jaw tightening. "That is a violation of..." But Galvin cut him off sharply. "If you refuse, we will treat it as an admission of guilt." The hall went quiet. My father's lips pressed into a thin line, his hand curling into a fist at his side. I could see the battle in his eyes, pride against pragmatism. I stepped forward before he could explode, clapping my hands once. "Search away," I said cheerfully. "If you find a monster under my bed, do let me know. I'd hate to keep one as a pet without realizing." Galvin's eyes narrowed slightly. "You seem confident." I flashed a grin. "That's because I have an excellent maid. She would never let a monster get past her broom." Galvin gave a sharp gesture, and the knights spread out through the estate. Their armor clanged against the floors as they moved from room to room, opening doors, checking corners, peering under furniture. Servants trailed behind them nervously, wringing their hands. I followed along, hands behind my head, humming as if this were a tour of my home. Every time a knight opened a door, I made a teasing comment. "Careful, that's where we keep the laundry. The socks in there are deadlier than wolves." "Ah, the pantry. If you find missing cheese, I'll take full responsibility." "The library. Watch out, the books bite if you read them wrong." Some knights ignored me, their discipline ironclad. Others twitched, lips pressing tight to keep from laughing. Galvin, of course, remained a wall of stone. Eventually, the search reached my room. I strolled in ahead of them, waving at the broken lamp still sitting on the desk. "Mind the glass. Had an accident the other night. Very embarrassing." Galvin's sharp eyes scanned the space carefully. He crouched near the floorboards, his gloved hand brushing over faint scratches left from my last transformation. My heart skipped once, not from fear, but from the thrill of being so close to exposure. I leaned on the wall, grinning lazily. "Find anything interesting?" "Dust? My shameful lack of housekeeping." He stood slowly, his expression unreadable. "Nothing conclusive." I spread my arms wide. "Then I suppose that means I'm innocent. You can all go home now, right?" His frown deepened, but after another long silence, he gave a curt nod. "The search is complete. We will continue to observe. But understand this, Lord Shredder, one misstep, and the palace will not hesitate." I clutched my chest theatrically. "Your faith in me is truly touching." He ignored me, turning sharply to lead his men out. The sound of their boots echoed down the hall, then faded as they left the estate once more. When the doors closed, the servants exhaled as if they'd been holding their breath the entire time. My father rounded on me immediately. "Do you see now?" he snapped in a low voice. "Do you see how close this is to disaster?" I grinned, shrugging easily. "Of course. But you have to admit, I make disaster look good." His eyes blazed with frustration before he stormed away, muttering curses under his breath. I chuckled softly, then looked toward the window. Sure enough, the knights had taken up their positions again outside, their armor catching the afternoon sun. Always watching. Always waiting. "Well, gentlemen," I murmured to myself, "better luck next time." Chapter 9, An Alibi in the Night. The estate was restless again that evening. Servants whispered nervously, glancing toward the gates where the royal knights still held their posts. Galvin's inspection had rattled them more than they wanted to admit, and the tension hadn't left. I could feel it in the way the lamps burned lower than usual, in the way no one lingered in the halls after dusk. I, of course, sat at the dinner table with my boots kicked up on a chair, sipping wine like nothing was wrong. "Stronger vintage tonight," I said cheerfully, swirling the glass. "Almost enough to make me forget there are armored men glaring at the house every 5 minutes." My father set his fork down with a sharp clink. You will stay in your room tonight. Do not wander. Do not draw more suspicion. I leaned back, flashing him a grin. Of course, father. Straight to bed, no trouble at all. He didn't believe me. His glare lingered as though he could burn the promise into me. When he finally left for his study, muttering under his breath, I chuckled softly. Stay in my room, he says. As if that's going to happen. By the time the house had settled into silence, I was sitting on the edge of my bed, fingers drumming against my knee. Outside the window, torchlight flickered faintly as the knights rotated their patrols. They'd reported disturbances the night before. If I wanted suspicion off me, I had to give them something else to latch onto, something that couldn't be traced back to me. Well, Giratina, I muttered with a grin, time to stretch our wings again. The transformation surged through me. Bones stretched, scales rippled into existence, and my body expanded until the room strained under my weight. The air bent around me, warping under the unnatural pressure. My golden mask gleamed in the moonlight spilling through the window. I opened my wings carefully, then pushed harder with the power in my chest. The air split, a jagged rift tearing open before me. Without hesitation, I slipped through, vanishing into the shadow realm. Inside, the endless void greeted me as always. Broken fragments of land drifted lazily, purple mist curling around my body. Here, I could move freely without worry of detection. But tonight, this was only half the plan. I coiled my serpentine body, focusing carefully. With another push of energy, I split a new rift, this one opening back into the real world, but not into my room. I aimed further, to the outskirts of the forest near Midgar, well beyond the reach of the estate. The tier widened, spilling cold air into the realm. I slipped through and emerged high above the treetops. The forest stretched below me, silent and still under the pale moonlight. I let out a low rumble of laughter that shook the branches beneath me. Perfect. Now let's put on a little show. With a single beat of my wings, the air screamed. Wind tore through the canopy, ripping branches from trees. My tendrils lashed out, carving deep trenches into the earth. I twisted in the air, my massive body smashing against the treeline, flattening entire swaths of forest. Wolves and deer fled from the chaos, their cries echoing through the night. Birds scattered in frantic flocks, dark shapes against the moonlight. I pulled upward, letting the moon cast my silhouette across the land. From Midgar's watchtowers, anyone looking out would see a massive shape blotting out the stars. A beast no noble could mistake for rumor. Now this is how you build an alibi, I said with amusement. I swept across the forest slowly, deliberately leaving a trail of broken trees and churned earth. Then, with one last roar that rattled windows miles away, I folded into the shadow realm again, vanishing from the world. Back in the realm, silence pressed against me. I floated for a moment, wings beating lazily, before grinning wide. That ought to keep Galvin busy. He'll be chasing shadows in the forest while I'm tucked safely in bed. I slipped back into my room through another rift. The transformation reversed smoothly, this time, scales retracting, wings collapsing, body shrinking until I stood human once more. My clothes were rumpled from the shift, but otherwise intact. I flopped onto the bed with a satisfied sigh, pulling the covers over myself. Alibi secured. Thank you, Giratina. By morning, the estate buzzed with noise. Servants rushed about with pale faces, muttering about the reports that had come in overnight. The forest torn apart. A shadow across the moon, they said. Knights already mobilizing to investigate. I strolled into the dining hall with a yawn, rubbing my eyes as though I'd only just woken. Busy morning, isn't it? I said cheerfully, sliding into my chair. My father's face was grim, his hands clasped tightly on the table. You didn't leave your room last night, he asked sharply. I widened my eyes innocently. Me? Of course not. I was snoring away, dreaming of better food. Why? He didn't answer. Instead, he gestured toward the window. Outside, squadrons of knights were already gathering, their banners flying. Horses stamped impatiently as armored men shouted orders. They say the beast appeared in the forest, my father said, his voice low. Visible from the city walls. The destruction is vast. I sipped my tea, hiding a grin behind the rim of the cup. Sounds terrifying. Good thing I was in bed all night, then. His eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering. But even he couldn't argue with the perfect alibi. Servants had seen me retire early. My room had been quiet all night. There was no way to connect me to the devastation outside the city. By midday, Galvin himself arrived again, this time with urgency in his steps. He marched into the hall, armor gleaming, his expression harder than ever. Lord Shredder, he said without preamble, last night the beast was sighted in the forest beyond Midgar. The damage is undeniable. Were you here? I leaned back in my chair, hands behind my head, grinning wide. All night. Ask my servants, they'll tell you how loudly I was snoring. Galvin's eyes narrowed dangerously. So you claim? I don't claim, I said with mock offense. I swear. Besides, if I had wings that big, don't you think I'd use them to fly somewhere warmer? Some knights shifted uncomfortably behind him. Galvin's glare didn't waver, but he finally exhaled sharply. The palace will redouble its efforts. We will find this creature. Please do, I said cheerfully. I'd sleep better knowing there's no monster out there. My dreams are delicate, you know. Galvin turned on his heel, cape snapping as he strode out. The knights followed in unison, the hall echoing with their boots. When the doors shut, I chuckled softly, lifting my cup in a mock toast. To a perfect alibi. Chapter 10, The Knights in the Forest. The following day, Midgar was loud with rumors. I didn't even need to leave the estate to hear them. Servants whispered in the halls while carrying trays, nobles sent letters that arrived by courier within hours of each other, and the distant sound of armored formations marching out the city gates was constant. At breakfast, I lounged in my chair with a fresh roll in one hand, humming as I tore it apart piece by piece. My father sat across from me, expression grim as ever, while one of the stewards read out the latest reports. Sir Galvin has dispatched multiple squadrons into the western forest, the steward said carefully. They say the creature's path of destruction was too large for simple patrols. Entire sections of the forest are being searched. Magical beasts have already attacked the first groups. Magical beasts. I repeated cheerfully, leaning forward. So the big scary knights are fighting puppies now? I'd pay to see that. My father's glare was sharp enough to cut steel. This is no laughing matter. The Royal Guard mobilizing at this scale is unprecedented. Which means, I said, popping a piece of bread into my mouth, that they'll be far too busy stomping around the woods to bother me. He looked like he wanted to throw his cup at me. Instead, he rose sharply from the table, muttering curses under his breath, and disappeared into his study. I chuckled to myself and leaned back, hands behind my head. Ah, breakfast and chaos. A fine way to start the day. By afternoon, I couldn't resist stepping outside the estate to see the commotion myself. The streets of Midgar were bustling with gossip. Vendors shouted, but their customers were distracted, craning their necks to watch formations of knights march toward the city gates. Horses snorted, their riders armored from head to toe, banners snapping in the breeze. The two knights shadowing me, as always, were close behind. I waved back at them as I strolled through the crowd. Don't get lost, gentlemen. I'd hate to misplace my shadows. They didn't respond, of course, but they followed. Always watching, always silent. I made my way toward one of the larger squares where a group of citizens had gathered. A woman clutched her child tightly, whispering about monsters in the night. An older man shook his head, insisting it was just a wyvern or a chimera. A merchant loudly claimed the beast had flown right over his warehouse, though the man smelled strongly of wine. Such exciting stories, I said lightly, leaning on a nearby fountain. Shame I was asleep for all of it. I'd have loved to see the monster waving at me from the window. Several heads turned toward me. Whispers spread. After all, the nights outside my estate were no secret. My name was already attached to the rumors, whether I liked it or not. I flashed my best grin and gave a lazy salute before walking off again. Better to let them wonder than to answer. That night, the nights outside the estate didn't move much. I sat at my desk, chin resting on my hand, peering through the window at their torchlight. Somewhere far off in the forest, the sound of distant howls echoed faintly, carried on the wind. Well, I murmured cheerfully, looks like the search parties are having fun without me. I leaned back, stretching. Part of me itched to slip into the realm again and watch the chaos up close, but another part of me knew better. If I left too many fingerprints, suspicion might circle back to me. No, tonight I'd let Galvin dig holes in the woods and see how many magical beasts his men could handle. Still, I couldn't resist imagining the scene. Armored knights trudging through thick brush, torches sputtering, hounds barking at shadows. Then, from the darkness, wolves with glowing eyes or hulking bears twice the size of horses crashing into their lines. Panic. Shouts. Clashing steel. All stirred up because of the monster they thought they were chasing. I chuckled softly, folding my arms behind my head as I lay back on the bed. Good luck, gentlemen. Don't get eaten. 2 days later, confirmation arrived. Letters poured into the estate, and by midday, my father stormed into my room with one crumpled in his fist. Do you know what your little monster has done? He demanded, his voice sharp. I sat up slowly, yawning. First of all, I didn't know it was my monster. But go on, what did it do? Demand higher taxes. His glare darkened. Entire patrols were mauled in the western forest. Scores of magical beasts stirred from their dens and attacked in waves. The guard lost men. And now Galvin claims this proves the creature is allied with the beasts themselves. I whistled low. Allied, hey? That's generous. If it's making friends with wolves, maybe it just likes the company. Do not mock me, my father snapped. This is escalating. Galvin will not stop until he drags someone before the palace to answer. I raised both hands in mock surrender, grinning. Relax, father. I was home all night. Everyone knows it. I couldn't possibly have been out frolicking with wolves. He muttered something foul under his breath and stormed out again. I lay back down, chuckling. Well done, Giratina, I said softly. They'll chase their tails out there for weeks. That evening, I slipped into the city again. My shadows followed, of course, but I ignored them. I made my way toward a tavern where knights often gathered after duty. Sure enough, the place was packed with armor-clad men, their voices raised as they shared drinks and stories. I slipped onto a bench, ordered ale, and leaned casually as I listened. Whole squad torn apart by wolves, one man said, slamming his cup down. They came out of nowhere. Eyes glowing like fire. And the boars, another groaned. Massive things. Charged right through the lines like we were straw dummies. It's the beast, a third insisted, voice low. The shadow in the sky. It's riling them up. Driving them at us. The table went quiet at that. Men stared into their drinks, shoulders heavy. I took a slow sip of my ale before speaking up cheerfully. Sounds like a nightmare out there. Good thing I've never been camping, seems the wildlife doesn't appreciate guests. Several knights glanced at me, clearly recognizing my face. Whispers started again. I only grinned wider, raising my cup in a mock toast. To the brave men keeping us safe from angry squirrels and cranky boars. Some laughed bitterly. Others scowled. I drained my cup, tossed a coin on the counter, and sauntered out before the mood turned sour. My shadows followed, silent as always. Back at the estate, I lay awake long into the night, staring at the ceiling beams. The knights were busy bleeding in the forest, suspicion was turning further away from me, and Galvin was losing control of his hunt. I grinned faintly to myself. Not bad for a few hours of exercise. Chapter 11, The Council of Nobles. By the third morning after the forest hunts began, the city was louder than ever. News of the knights' losses had spread everywhere: markets, taverns, even the whispers of the beggars at the gates. Stories twisted as they always did. Some swore the beast had swallowed men whole. Others claimed it commanded entire armies of wolves. A few even insisted it was a dragon that could vanish into thin air. I listened to all of it with amusement as I lounged in the carriage beside my father. He had insisted we attend a summons from the palace, something about a council being called to discuss the growing threat. Everyone's so dramatic, I said cheerfully, tapping my fingers on the window. You'd think the forest sprouted fangs overnight. My father's frown deepened. You will keep your mouth shut during this council. Do you understand? I grinned, leaning back. Of course. Silent as a grave. Unless someone asks me a question, then I'll be charming. You wouldn't want me to be rude. He closed his eyes as if praying for patience. The carriage rattled through the streets, which were crowded with onlookers. Citizens strained to glimpse the nobles on their way to the palace. Children waved wooden swords, pretending to be knights fighting beasts in the forest. Merchants hawked anti-monster charms that were clearly just bits of painted wood. The whole city was buzzing. When we finally passed through the palace gates, the noise dulled to the heavy clatter of hooves on stone. Guards stood rigid at every post, spears gleaming in the sunlight. My father stepped out first, adjusting his robes with care. I followed, giving an exaggerated bow to a nearby guard, who didn't so much as blink. Tough crowd, I muttered with a smile. Inside the great hall, nobles had already gathered. Rows of chairs lined the polished floor, all facing a raised dais where officials of the palace stood. At the center was a long table, around which the higher-ranking lords took their seats. My father guided me toward our place, his expression never softening. The air was thick with perfume and tension. Nobles whispered in clusters, their words sharp with worry. Entire squadrons lost. The beasts are too organized. If it strikes the city next, we'll be defenseless. I strolled past them with my usual grin, giving the occasional wink or nod. A few nobles flushed, others glared. My reputation as the man under watch had clearly spread. All the better. When the council finally began, a tall man in formal robes stepped forward. His voice carried easily through the hall. By order of His Majesty, we have gathered to address the crisis in the Western Forest. The Royal Knights have suffered grievous losses. Sir Galvin will present his report. Galvin himself strode forward then, armor polished, his jaw set like stone. He looked more tired than before, but no less sharp. His gaze swept the hall, lingering briefly on me before moving on. The threat is real, he said firmly. The beast sighted in the skies has stirred the magical beasts of the forest into frenzy. Wolves, boars, and worse creatures that normally dwell deep in the woods have attacked in coordinated waves. Entire squads were overrun. The damage to the forest is catastrophic. A ripple of murmurs passed through the nobles. Galvin continued. The palace cannot shoulder this burden alone. We require support from the noble house's supplies, men, and, where necessary, direct involvement. My father's jaw clenched beside me. Several other nobles immediately began protesting. You cannot ask this of us. Our men are for defending our lands, not chasing shadows in the woods. The palace has always handled beasts before, why should this be different? Galvin's gaze hardened. Because this is no ordinary beast. You have heard the reports. You have seen the sky. I leaned over to my father, whispering just loud enough for him to hear. I think he likes the sound of his own voice. Silence, my father hissed, though he didn't look at me. The debate dragged on. Some nobles reluctantly agreed to send men. Others argued until their voices went hoarse. Through it all, Galvin stood unyielding. Finally, one of the palace officials spoke. Every house will contribute. Those who refuse will answer directly to His Majesty. The matter is settled. Grumbling filled the hall, but no one dared argue further. When the council adjourned, nobles filtered out in small groups, muttering bitterly. My father lingered to speak with a few allies, his voice low and tense. I, of course, drifted toward Galvin. He noticed me instantly, his expression tightening. Lord Shredder, he said coldly. I flashed him my brightest smile. Sir Galvin. Lovely speech. You really know how to make everyone nervous. He didn't respond, his eyes narrowing. I tilted my head. So now you've got nobles sending their own men to the forest. Quite the army you're building. Think it'll be enough to catch your big scary shadow? His voice was low, hard. One way or another, we will find it. I leaned closer, lowering my tone just slightly. I hope so. I'd hate to lose more good knights to angry boars. His jaw clenched, but he said nothing. With a sharp turn, he strode away, his cape snapping behind him. I watched him go, still grinning. What a serious man! He'll give himself wrinkles. That evening, back at the estate, my father sat in his study surrounded by scrolls and ink. He barely looked up when I leaned against the door frame. More work? I asked cheerfully. Allocating supplies, he muttered. Our house is expected to contribute food and men to the campaign. This will cost us dearly. I shrugged. Look on the bright side. At least they didn't drag me into the forest. He gave me a sharp look. Do not tempt fate. If Galvin cannot find his beast, he will find someone to blame. I grinned wider. Good thing I'm innocent, then. He groaned, rubbing his temples. I left him to his work, humming as I strolled back toward my room. Outside the window, I could already see torches moving in the distance, more knights marching out of the city, more men being thrown into the hunt. The forest would be alive with steel and shouting for weeks. I chuckled softly, flopping onto my bed. Good luck, gentlemen. I'll be cheering for you from here. Chapter 12, Watching the Hunt. The night air was cool when I slipped away from the estate. The torches of the two knights guarding the gates burned steady, their silhouettes rigid against the flickering glow. They thought they were watching me. Thought I was tucked away in my room again, dozing like a spoiled noble son. I stifled a laugh as I leaned out my window, looking down at them. Don't stay up too late, gentlemen, I whispered cheerfully. With that, I let the pulse of power stir inside me. The transformation came easy now, scales sliding over skin, wings unfolding in a rush of force, tendrils whipping into existence. The room groaned under my size, but before it could collapse, I opened the rift. The jagged wound in the air yawned wide, and I slipped into the shadow realm. The void welcomed me with its eerie stillness, floating shards of land, endless mists curling lazily, silence broken only by the thrum of my own presence. But I wasn't here to linger. With another push, I tore open a path back to the real world, this time aiming far from the estate. I emerged high above the forest, the canopy spread beneath me like a sea of black waves. In the distance, I saw what I'd come for, the glow of hundreds of torches moving in lines, squads of knights pushing deeper into the woods. Their armor caught the moonlight, their banners fluttered in the night wind. I hovered there, massive wings beating slowly, the air bending unnaturally around me. My golden eyes narrowed, watching the hunt unfold. Well, well, I rumbled with amusement. Looks like quite the party. I drifted lower, careful to stay high enough that no one could make out details. From this vantage, I could see the knights fanning out through the trees. Scouts moved ahead with hounds straining at their leashes, noses to the ground. Squadrons marched in formation, blades and spears gleaming. Captains barked orders, their voices carrying through the night. The forest itself wasn't quiet. Growls and howls echoed from deeper within, the restless chorus of magical beasts stirred from their dens. The knights knew it too, their movements were tight, their shoulders tense, every man gripping his weapon as though expecting to be attacked at any moment. I chuckled softly. They're wound up tighter than crossbows. I followed them from above, wings spread wide to catch the night air. Every so often, a knight below would pause, glancing skyward as if sensing something. But when they saw nothing but the moon and shadows, they shook their heads and pressed on. Deeper into the forest, the tension snapped. It began with a howl low, guttural, far too close. The hounds whined and pulled back, but the knights forced them forward. Then the underbrush exploded. Wolves, larger than horses, leapt from the darkness, their glowing eyes blazing. Their fangs caught torchlight as they crashed into the front lines. Steel rang out instantly. Knights shouted, shields raised, spears thrust forward. Wolves snapped and tore, dragging men to the ground with brutal force. The torchlight flickered wildly as the lines broke and reformed. From above, I watched with a wide grin. And here we go. The knights were trained, disciplined. They adapted quickly, forming tight circles with shields outward, spears stabbing in rhythm. For every man dragged down, 2 wolves were skewered. The forest rang with snarls and screams, the smell of blood already rising. But the wolves weren't alone. From deeper within, hulking shapes lumbered forward, boars, their tusks long as pikes, their bodies armored with thick, bristling hide. They crashed into the shield walls with thunderous force, scattering men like dolls. The knights rallied, blades flashing, but the chaos spread fast. Torches were knocked from hands, sparks catching in the dry underbrush. Flames licked upward as beasts and men clashed, the forest itself threatening to ignite. I coiled lazily in the air, tendrils swaying. Messy. Very messy. But entertaining. One squad tried to retreat, only to find their path cut off by more wolves pouring from the trees. Another squad pressed forward, desperately trying to drive the beasts back. Everywhere, steel clashed against fang and tusk. I could have ended it easily, one sweep of my wings, one roar, and the entire forest would scatter. But why? This was their hunt, their chaos. I was only here to watch. Still, I drifted lower, curious. My massive form cast a faint shadow across the battlefield, though the knights were far too busy fighting to notice. I could hear their captain shouting, rallying men to hold the line. His voice cracked but didn't break, and for a moment, I almost respected him. Not bad, I muttered. For humans, anyway. A wolf lunged at the captain, jaws wide. He managed to bring his sword up just in time, the blade catching in the beast's maw. The impact threw him to the ground. The wolf reared back, ready to strike again. I felt something tighten in my chest. Without thinking, one of my tendrils lashed out. It cracked through the air like thunder, smashing into the wolf and sending it flying into the trees. The beast yelped once before vanishing into the undergrowth. The captain scrambled to his feet, staring around wildly. He hadn't seen me, couldn't have, not with the chaos around him, but he looked shaken, muttering something to the men beside him. I chuckled softly. "You're welcome. Don't get used to it." The battle raged on for what felt like hours. Knights bled, beasts fell, and the forest floor was churned into mud by the struggle. Eventually, horns sounded from the rear, sharp blasts cutting through the noise. Orders to retreat. The formations began to pull back slowly, shields raised to cover their wounded. Wolves snapped at their heels, boars rammed the lines, but the knights fought their way free inch by inch. When they finally began limping back toward the city, the forest was littered with bodies, both men and beasts. The flames had died down to smoldering embers, smoke curling into the night sky. I hovered above it all, watching them stagger away. My grin returned. "Well, gentlemen, you put on quite the show." With a final sweep of my wings, I pulled back into the shadow realm, vanishing from the night sky. Back in my room, I shifted smoothly into human form and collapsed onto the bed, still grinning. The echoes of the battle lingered in my mind, the chaos, the blood, the desperate shouts. And through it all, the knowledge that they were chasing me without ever realizing it. By morning, the city would be buzzing again. More rumors, more fear, more demands for answers. And me? I'd be right here, enjoying the show with a cup of tea. Chapter 13, Galvin's Report. Morning light spilled into Midgar through grey clouds. The streets were restless long before the bells rang. Merchants had not set out their goods yet, but already knots of citizens gathered at corners, muttering about the knights who had returned in the night. Wounded men, battered armor, empty saddles where riders should have been. The rumors had multiplied faster than anyone could track. By the time my father and I left the estate in the carriage, the city was buzzing like a hornet's nest. People stopped in the streets to watch the line of noble carriages heading for the palace. I leaned against the window, grinning at the sea of faces. "They're all waiting to hear how bad it was," I said cheerfully, tapping the glass with one finger. "Shame I already know the answer." My father didn't so much as look at me. "Keep your tongue still. Today is not for your games." I chuckled, reclining back. "Of course, father." Silent as stone. "Unless someone asks me a question, then I'll answer with all the grace of a saint." He sighed heavily, adjusting his robes. The palace gates loomed soon enough. Knights lined the courtyard in full armor, their expressions hard, their banners draped with black cloth in honor of the dead. That small detail alone made my father's lips tighten. It meant the losses were worse than rumors claimed. We were ushered into the great hall along with dozens of other nobles. The chamber was already full when we arrived, the air thick with perfume, tension, and barely contained fear. Nobles whispered in sharp voices, their eyes darting toward the dais at the front where Sir Galvin stood with several other officers. I caught more than a few glances thrown my way. Some were curious, others openly hostile. My reputation had been sealed by now. Shredder, the young noble watched by the royal guard, the one who always smiled when everyone else was grim. I smiled brighter, offering small waves to those who stared too long. A few flushed, a few scowled. We took our seats near the center. My father sat with rigid posture, hands folded tightly, jaw set. I leaned back in my chair, crossing one leg over the other, whistling softly until he elbowed me sharply in the ribs. The chamber fell silent when the herald's voice rang out. "By order of His Majesty, the Noble Council will hear the report of Sir Galvin on the state of the Western Forest campaign." Galvin stepped forward, armored from neck to toe, helmet tucked under his arm. His face was carved from stone, his voice steady and sharp as he began. "The royal knights marched into the Western Forest to confront the beast sighted in the skies. What we found was not a single creature, but a horde. wolves, boars, and worse driven to frenzy as though commanded by unseen hands. They struck our lines in waves. We fought through the night. We lost men. The chamber rippled with murmurs. I propped my chin on one hand, listening with a faint grin. Galvin's gaze swept the room, pinning nobles one by one. Entire squadrons were mauled. Shields shattered, formations broken. Our captains rallied, our men fought with valor, but the forest itself turned against us. When dawn came, we retreated. Hundreds are dead. More are wounded. The West is lost. Gasps and shouts filled the air. Some nobles slammed their hands on the table, others whispered furiously to their neighbors. Impossible. The royal guard, defeated. We cannot stand against something like this. Galvin's voice cut them off. This beast must be confronted. If we hesitate, it will not remain in the forest. It will come to our walls, our homes. Every noble house will contribute further men and resources. The palace demands it. The uproar that followed was deafening. Nobles protested, shouting over one another. We have already given. Our lands cannot be stripped bare. You cannot ask this of us again. I leaned toward my father, speaking just loud enough for him to hear. You'd think someone had asked them to give up their wine cellars. His glare could have bored a hole through me. Shut up. The debates dragged on, voices rising higher and higher. Some nobles supported Galvin, calling for immediate action, others fought tooth and nail against the demands. The chamber was chaos. Through it all, Galvin stood like a statue, arms crossed, eyes blazing with determination. Finally, a palace official rose, slamming his staff against the floor for silence. Enough. His Majesty will not tolerate bickering. The demand is clear. Every house will contribute. The order stands. The nobles fell into sullen quiet, some grinding their teeth, others lowering their heads in reluctant acceptance. I stretched in my chair, yawning loudly enough to earn several scandalized looks. Well, that was productive, I said brightly. Lots of shouting, very little doing. I give it a solid 3 out of 10. My father's hand shot out to grip my arm, his voice a low growl. Not another word. I only grinned wider. After the council adjourned, nobles streamed out in small groups, muttering bitterly. My father lingered to speak with allies, his voice sharp and clipped. I drifted instead toward the back of the hall, where Galvin was surrounded by officers. He saw me coming before I even opened my mouth. His jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing. Lord Shredder, he said curtly. I flashed him a grin. Sir Galvin. Rough week. He said nothing. Cheer up, I continued lightly. You'll get your beast eventually. Just make sure it doesn't eat too many of your men before then. His frown deepened, but he didn't rise to the bait. With a sharp turn, he stalked away, his officers trailing behind. I watched him go, chuckling softly. He really needs to learn how to laugh. That evening, back at the estate, my father slammed his study door shut, leaving me to my own devices. I wandered into the sitting room, flopping onto a couch. Servants passed by quickly, avoiding eye contact, their whispers drifting faintly. More men conscripted. Supplies drained again. They say the beast is unstoppable. I stretched out, hands behind my head, grinning at the ceiling. The nobles were in uproar, Galvin was furious, and the city was drowning in rumors. And all the while, I sat here, sipping wine and smiling. Quite the show, I murmured cheerfully. And it's only getting better. Chapter 14, The Supply Caravan. The orders from the palace came swiftly after the council. Every noble house was to provide not only men but wagons of food, medicine, and equipment for the ongoing campaign. My father spent the next 2 days in his study, quills scratching furiously as he organized the conscription lists and barked instructions at servants to prepare stores. I, naturally, found the whole thing entertaining. By the third morning, the courtyard of our estate was alive with activity. Wagons rattled as they were loaded with crates of bread, dried meat, and barrels of water. Leather satchels full of bandages and herbs were stacked carefully at the rear. Horses stamped their hooves, snorting clouds of steam into the chilly air. I leaned against one of the wagons, arms crossed, watching the servants scramble under the eyes of armored knights who had arrived to escort the caravan. My grin never left. "Quite the parade," I said cheerfully. "All this effort just to feed some very tired men." One of the knights glanced at me but didn't answer. My father, however, strode across the courtyard toward me, his expression thunderous. "You will remain here," he said flatly. "Do not even think of joining the caravan." I tilted my head, still smiling. "Now, father, why would you assume I'd do something so reckless?" "Because I know you," he snapped. I laughed lightly, spreading my arms. "Then you should also know that I make excellent company. The knights would be thrilled to have me along." His glare darkened, but before he could retort, the captain of the escort approached. "Lord Halden," he said stiffly, "the wagons are ready. We march within the hour." My father turned sharply to answer him, and that was all the distraction I needed. I slipped away casually, weaving between servants and knights until I reached the rear of the caravan. With a cheerful whistle, I hopped onto one of the wagons, settling myself on a crate as if I belonged there. By the time my father realized I was missing, the wagons were already rolling out the gates. The road to the forest was long and busy. Other supply trains moved ahead and behind us, all bound for the same encampment where the royal knights licked their wounds. The clatter of hooves and wheels filled the air, mingling with the shouts of drivers and the creak of harnesses. I lounged on my crate, hands behind my head, watching the scenery roll by. My shadows were still with me. Of course the 2 knights assigned to watch me had been ordered to the caravan as well. They rode close, their eyes never leaving me. "Relax, gentlemen," I called down to them with a grin. "It's just a little road trip. No need to look like you've swallowed sour fruit." They said nothing, their discipline as rigid as ever. I chuckled and leaned back again, enjoying the ride. Hours later, the trees thickened as we approached the western forest. The mood of the caravan shifted immediately. The drivers grew quieter, their eyes darting toward the dark canopy ahead. The knights tightened their grips on their weapons, scanning the shadows between the trees. I stretched lazily, hopping down from the wagon to walk alongside it. "Well, it certainly looks inviting," I said cheerfully. "Shall we set up a picnic?" One of the drivers gave me a strained look but said nothing. As we pressed deeper, the signs of battle became impossible to miss. Trees were splintered and scarred. The earth was gouged with deep trenches where tusks and claws had torn through the soil. Charred patches of grass still smoked faintly from where torches or spells had set them ablaze. The air was heavy with the lingering scent of blood and ash. I let out a low whistle. "Messy. Someone had a rough night out here." The knights ignored me, but their shoulders tightened. By dusk, we reached the encampment. Rows of tents stretched across a clearing, lit by the flicker of dozens of fires. Knights moved everywhere, some tending to the wounded, others sharpening blades or repairing armor. The smell of stew and sweat mingled with the copper tang of blood. The caravan rolled into the center of the camp, greeted by weary officers who immediately began unloading supplies. Cries of gratitude rose from the men as barrels of water and crates of food were carried off. I hopped down, brushing dust from my trousers, and strolled casually through the camp. My shadows followed, of course, but I ignored them. Everywhere I looked, the knights bore fresh scars. Bandaged arms, limping steps, armor dented and blackened. The stories I'd overheard in taverns hadn't exaggerated. The forest had chewed them up and spat them back out. I stopped by one fire where a group of younger knights sat hunched, their faces pale with exhaustion. "Rough week?" I asked brightly. They glanced up, startled, then quickly looked away when they recognized me. I grinned wider. "Don't worry, I won't bite. Tell me, was it wolves, or did the boars give you the worst trouble?" One muttered something about both, but none of them wanted to linger near me. I chuckled softly and moved on. Night fell. The camp quieted slightly, though the moans of the wounded and the calls of sentries never stopped. I slipped away to the edge of the forest, my two shadows following at a distance. I turned and gave them a playful wave. "Stay here. I just need some fresh air. Wouldn't want you getting lost in the trees." They didn't answer, but they also didn't follow when I stepped into the shadows. Perfect. Deeper in the forest, I let the pulse rise again. Scales slid into place, wings tore free, and the air warped as Giratina stretched into the night. I towered over the treetops, golden eyes gleaming as I beat my wings once. The forest bent around me, branches snapping from the force. I drifted higher, circling slowly, watching the knights camp below. Their torches flickered faintly in the distance, their tiny figures moving like ants. I chuckled low in my throat. All this effort, and still they'll never catch me. I swept deeper into the woods, curious. The battlefield from nights past was still scarred, bloodstains dried on the earth, bodies long since cleared but their presence lingering. Wolves prowled in the distance, glowing eyes watching me warily. They did not attack, they scattered, vanishing into the underbrush as I passed. I explored for hours, twisting through the air, testing the edges of my strength. The realm pulsed faintly at my back, always ready to swallow me if I wished. But for now, I stayed, watching, amused. When I finally returned to camp, I slipped back into human form in the trees, dusted myself off, and strolled casually into the firelight. My shadows stiffened when they saw me return, but I only grinned at them. "See?" I said brightly. "Fresh air. Very refreshing. You should try it sometime." They didn't reply. The next morning, Galvin himself arrived at the camp. His armor was scratched, his face grim, but his eyes burned with the same unyielding fire. He addressed the men, rallying them, promising that the beast would be brought down. I leaned casually against a wagon, grinning as I listened. His words stirred the knights, lifting their weary shoulders, straightening their backs. He had a way of doing that, hard, stern, but unshakable. Still, I couldn't resist muttering under my breath. One of these days, I'll get him to laugh. Chapter 15, A New Face in the Camp. The forest encampment smelled of sweat, blood, and smoke. Even in the early morning hours, the place was alive with movement. Knights trudged between tents, their armor clattering softly, while others slumped by fires, polishing blades or bandaging wounds. The wagons we'd brought the day before had already been unloaded, food distributed, bandages in use, barrels of water half drained. I sat on a crate near one of the fires, idly tossing a pebble into the flames and grinning at the way sparks leapt each time. My two shadows stood nearby as always, silent and rigid, their visors fixed forward. They had barely slept, but they didn't complain. Admirable, if a bit boring. "Cheer up, gentlemen," I said lightly. "At least you're not the ones limping around with their guts half hanging out." They didn't flinch, didn't reply. I chuckled softly. That's when I noticed him. Not far from where I lounged, a small group of new recruits had arrived at the camp, young men in plain armor, nervous but eager, their eyes darting at the scarred veterans around them. They were being sorted quickly, barked at by officers, shoved toward different duties. Among them stood one boy who looked particularly unremarkable, dark hair, calm expression, the kind of face you wouldn't glance at twice. But when my eyes lingered, something about him pricked at me. The way he carried himself, too relaxed, too steady, like he wasn't fazed by the chaos around him. I grinned, leaning my chin on my palm. "Well, what do we have here?" The boy was handed a bucket and sent toward one of the fires, tasked with helping distribute water. He moved without complaint, his steps easy, his motions practiced. No fumbling, no nervous glances like the others. He blended in effortlessly, almost too effortlessly. I hopped off my crate, sauntering toward the fire where he now knelt, pouring water into battered cups for tired knights. My shadows followed at a distance, of course, but I ignored them. "New face," I said cheerfully, crouching beside him. "Haven't seen you around before." He looked up briefly, his expression polite, almost blank. "Just arrived." His voice was calm, steady, carrying none of the nervous quaver of the other recruits. I tilted my head, studying him. "And already working so hard? You'll put the veterans to shame." He didn't answer, just passed another cup of water to a knight with a tired nod. I chuckled, tapping my chin. "Not much of a talker, are you?" "No need," he replied quietly. "Better to watch." That earned a grin from me. "Oh, I like you already." For a moment, his eyes flicked to mine, sharp, assessing, too focused for someone supposedly green. Then he looked away again, blending back into the rhythm of his task. I stood, stretching lazily. "Enjoy the campfire, rookie. Try not to get eaten on your first night." He gave no reply. The day passed slowly. Galvin moved through the camp like a storm cloud, speaking with captains, inspecting supplies, rallying men with that unbreakable voice of his. The knights straightened wherever he walked, the wounded even trying to sit up straighter when he passed. I, naturally, entertained myself by drifting around the camp. I teased tired men at the medical tents, complimented cooks on their stew with exaggerated flair, and offered to polish a knight's dented armor only to accidentally smear it with mud. The reactions varied, some groaned, some laughed, most glared. All amusing. But every so often, I caught sight of the new recruit. Always quiet, always working, always observing. He carried water, helped with bandages, fetched supplies. No complaints, no wasted motion. Just steady presence. By evening, curiosity gnawed at me. When most of the camp gathered around fires to eat, I wandered toward where he sat with a small group of recruits. They talked in hushed voices, trading nervous stories about the beasts in the forest. He mostly listened, nodding now and then, but rarely spoke. I dropped onto the log beside him with a grin, startling the others. "Room for one more." The recruits straightened, eyes wide. They knew who I was, the noble with knights glued to his side, the one everyone whispered about. None of them dared tell me to leave. I leaned toward the boy, smirking. "So, rookie, what's your name?" He glanced at me briefly before answering in that same calm voice. "CID." I chuckled. "CID, hey? Simple. Easy to remember. I like it." The other recruits shifted uncomfortably. I ignored them, grinning wider. "So, CID, what do you think of all this? Excited to fight wolves the size of horses? Or hoping you'll just get stuck on latrine duty?" He shrugged lightly. "Doesn't matter. I'll do what's needed." "Practical," I said, impressed. "Most of your friends here look like they're about to wet themselves at the thought of another raid. But you're steady." He didn't answer, just spooned stew into his mouth calmly. I leaned back, laughing softly. "Oh, I definitely like you." That night, the camp settled under the watch of countless sentries. Fires crackled, men snored, the occasional groan of the wounded drifted through the air. I lay sprawled near my wagon, staring up at the stars, my shadows standing close by as always. But across the camp, my eyes found him again. Cid sat by a dying fire, alone now, staring into the embers. His posture was relaxed, almost too relaxed. I chuckled quietly to myself. "You're hiding something, aren't you?" My grin widened as I closed my eyes. Whatever he was doing here, it promised to be interesting. Morning came with new orders. Scouts had reported strange disturbances deeper in the forest. Galvin barked commands, and squadrons began to assemble. The camp was a storm of activity, armor strapped on, weapons checked, banners raised. Cid was among the recruits assigned to carry supplies for the forward squads. He accepted the order with that same calm expression, moving with the others without hesitation. I watched him go, hands on my hips, grinning. "Well, rookie, let's see what you're really made of." My shadows shifted beside me, waiting for my next move. I stretched, whistled lightly, and strolled after the departing squads, humming under my breath. Chapter 16, watching from the shadows. The forest felt heavier the deeper we went. The morning light barely pierced the thick canopy overhead, and every shadow seemed to shift with its own intent. The supply squad moved slowly, the creak of wagons and the shuffle of boots breaking the tense silence. Veterans walked with weapons drawn, their eyes darting between the trees. The new recruits, on the other hand, tried to hide their nerves, their hands shaking as they clutched spears too tightly. I strolled along near the rear, humming softly, hands clasped behind my head. My two shadows followed as always, stiff as statues, their armor glinting faintly whenever a shaft of light slipped through the branches. But my attention wasn't on them. It was on Cid. He moved with the others, carrying a pack slung over his shoulder. His steps were calm, steady, not the shuffling panic of someone new. He blended in perfectly, not drawing attention, not standing out, yet there was something deliberate in every movement. The more I watched, the more certain I became. "You're not just another recruit, are you?" I muttered with a grin. The squad pressed further into the woods. Signs of battle were everywhere. Trees torn apart, earth churned into mud, bloodstains dark against the soil. The smell of rot lingered in the air, the remains of beasts that hadn't been fully cleared. The veterans barely flinched at the sight. The recruits swallowed hard and kept their eyes forward. Cid didn't even blink. I chuckled softly. Interesting. When the squad reached a clearing to rest, I wandered off to the edge of the trees. My shadows started to follow, but I waved them off casually. "Relax, gentlemen. I'm just stretching my legs. Unless you think the bushes might eat me." They stayed put, though I could feel their eyes burning into my back. Once I was far enough into the trees, hidden from immediate sight, I let the power surge. The transformation rolled over me, scales, wings, tendrils, the weight of Giratina pressing into the world. The air bent and shuddered, but the forest held. I rose silently above the canopy, wings beating slow and steady. From here, the squad was nothing more than a cluster of tiny figures in the clearing. Their torches flickered faintly even in daylight, their armor dull against the dirt. But my eyes went straight to him. Cid. From up here, I could see him more clearly. He wasn't just calm, he was watchful. Every few minutes, his gaze flicked subtly toward the trees, scanning the shadows. When the veterans muttered orders, he didn't flinch like the others. He moved as though he already knew what was coming. I rumbled with amusement, my voice a low growl that stirred the leaves. "So, rookie, what are you hiding?" The rest stop didn't last long. Before long, the squad was on the move again, torches relit, wagons creaking forward. I drifted above them, keeping low enough that I could watch without being seen against the clouded sky. And then it happened. The forest erupted with snarls. From the underbrush, wolves burst forth, dozens of them, eyes glowing, fangs bared. They crashed into the column with brutal force, scattering recruits and knocking veterans off their feet. Shouts rang out instantly. Steel clashed, men screamed, the wagons shuddered as drivers tried to keep control of panicking horses. I coiled above, tendrils lashing, but I didn't intervene. Not yet. I wanted to see how he moved. CID. While the other recruits fumbled with their spears, thrusting wildly or stumbling backward in fear, he slipped into the fight with surprising ease. He moved like water ducking under a wolf's snap, driving his blade upward into its throat, twisting smoothly to avoid the spray of blood. Another lunged, and he sidestepped, planting his spear in its side before kicking it off the shaft. Not flashy. Not showy. Efficient. Controlled. I grinned wide, watching every step. There you are. The veterans shouted for the recruits to hold formation, but CID didn't need orders. He stayed just close enough to blend in, just subtle enough to look like luck, but every motion spoke of someone far too skilled for his supposed rank. And still, no one noticed. Except me. The battle dragged on. Wolves circled, snapping at heels, lunging for throats. Men shouted, shields rattled, the air thick with the stench of blood and sweat. The recruits panicked, some breaking rank, others barely holding on. But in the middle of it all, CID moved steadily, cutting down beasts one after another with the same calm precision. I hovered above, amused. You're good at hiding, rookie. Very good. But not from me. One of my tendrils lashed down suddenly, smashing a wolf that had slipped through the lines toward the wagons. The knights flinched, startled, looking around wildly, but in the chaos none of them saw me above. They only knew another beast had fallen. I chuckled softly. Wouldn't want you getting chewed up just yet. The fight finally ended with the wolves retreating back into the forest, their snarls fading into the distance. The clearing was littered with bodies, both beasts and men. Blood soaked the soil, broken weapons lay scattered, and the wounded groaned as they were dragged back to the wagons. The veterans barked orders, forcing the shaken recruits to regroup. Some were pale, trembling, their spears slick with blood. Others sobbed quietly, their nerves shattered. CID? He wiped his blade clean on a patch of grass, calm as ever, before helping lift a wounded knight into one of the wagons. No panic. No fear. Just quiet focus. I let out a low, amused growl as I drifted higher into the clouds. Very interesting indeed. By the time the squad limped back toward camp, the sun was sinking low, painting the treetops in fading orange light. I slipped through a rift back into the shadow realm, then returned quietly to the trees behind the camp. My transformation faded smoothly, scales retreating, wings collapsing, until I stood human once more. I strolled casually into the firelight, brushing dirt from my clothes, and found my two shadows stiffening the moment they spotted me. See? I said brightly. Not a scratch. I was just admiring the scenery. Lovely day for a walk. They didn't answer. They never did. I chuckled, dropping onto a crate near the fire. Across the camp, my eyes found him again. CID sat with the recruits, quiet as always, blending in perfectly. None of them suspected a thing. But I knew better. And that made me grin wider than ever. Chapter 17, Galvin's Inspection. The forest clearing was littered with the aftermath of the skirmish. Dead wolves sprawled across churned soil, their black fur matted with blood. The bodies of fallen knights lay among them, covered hastily with cloaks until they could be carried back to camp. Recruits sat slumped near the wagons, their faces pale, their hands shaking too much to hold their weapons steady. Veterans moved among them, barking sharp orders to keep discipline, forcing the younger ones to stay focused. I lounged on the edge of one wagon, legs dangling, watching the chaos with a grin. The air still stank of sweat, iron, and wet earth. My two shadows stood nearby, ever silent, their visors glinting faintly in the weak light of dusk. Then came the sound of hooves. Heavy, deliberate, cutting through the noise of the camp like a blade. Knights straightened, recruits scrambled to their feet, and the veterans snapped to attention. Sir Galvin rode into the clearing. He dismounted in a single motion, his crimson cape swaying behind him as he strode forward. His face was carved in stone, his eyes burning with unyielding purpose. The men saluted him instantly. Even the recruits, fumbling and awkward, copied the gesture. "Report," he demanded, his voice carrying easily over the quiet. A captain stepped forward, saluting sharply. "Sir. Ambushed by wolves at the Treeline. Losses, 8 dead, 16 wounded. Supplies intact." The beasts retreated after sustained resistance. Galvin's jaw tightened. His eyes swept over the bodies, lingering on each cloak-covered form before shifting to the wounded. Then he turned that gaze on the recruits. Some couldn't meet his eyes. Others swallowed hard, trying not to shake. And then there was Cid. He stood calm as ever, his armor smudged with dirt, a faint cut across his cheek. His posture was steady, his expression unremarkable, as if the entire fight had been nothing more than another chore. I leaned forward, grinning wider. "Let's see how you handle this, rookie." Galvin walked slowly down the line of recruits. His boots crunched against the dirt, the weight of his presence pressing on every trembling youth. He stopped before each one, staring long enough to make them sweat, then moved on. When he reached Cid, he paused. The camp was silent, all eyes on the knight and the recruit before him. Cid met Galvin's stare without flinching. No arrogance, no fear, just calm. Galvin's voice was low but sharp. "Name?" "Cid," he replied evenly. Galvin studied him for several long moments, then gave the faintest nod before moving on. I laughed quietly under my breath, clapping my hands once. "Oh, I like this game." A few knights turned to glance at me, clearly annoyed by my cheer, but I only grinned brighter. When the inspection was done, Galvin gathered the captains. They formed a tight circle around him, their voices low but urgent. I wandered closer, ignoring the looks from my shadows, and leaned casually against a nearby tree. "Too many losses," one captain said grimly. "The beasts grow bolder," another added. "It's as if they're being driven at us deliberately." Galvin's jaw clenched. "Then we drive back harder. Double the patrols. Reinforce the camp. We cannot give ground." The captains nodded, saluting before dispersing to bark fresh orders. I strolled forward, hands in my pockets, grinning. "Lovely speech, Sir Galvin. Very rousing. Though if you keep sending men into the woods, you'll run out before the week's over." His eyes cut to me instantly, sharp as a blade. "Lord Shredder. Why are you here?" "Delivering supplies," I said cheerfully, spreading my arms. "Bringing bread and bandages to your brave men. Very noble of me, don't you think?" His frown deepened. "Stay out of the way." I laughed softly. "Oh, I wouldn't dream of getting in the way. I'm just here to watch." He turned from me without another word, barking more orders to the men. I leaned back against the tree, still grinning. As night fell, the camp settled into uneasy quiet. Fires burned low, sentries took their posts, and the wounded groaned softly in the medical tents. I sat by one of the wagons, tossing a pebble into the air and catching it lazily. Across the camp, I saw Cid again. He sat with the recruits, quiet as always, eating his rations without complaint. The others whispered nervously, reliving the battle, some still trembling from the memory. But he was calm, steady, as if none of it touched him. My grin widened. You're going to be fun to watch. Chapter 18, Circling the Camp. The camp grew quiet as the night deepened. Fires burned low, sending lazy trails of smoke into the dark sky. Sentries patrolled with steady steps, their armor clinking softly as they circled the perimeter. From the medical tents came faint groans and the low murmurs of healers. Beyond that, only the sound of the forest branches shifting in the wind, distant howls, the faint rustle of unseen creatures. I lay sprawled on a crate near one of the wagons, hands behind my head, eyes half closed as if dozing. My two shadows stood nearby as always, their visors reflecting the glow of the nearest fire. They thought I was harmless like this, lounging, bored, not paying attention. Which made it all the easier. Perfect, I muttered softly, a grin spreading across my face. I rose slowly, stretching exaggeratedly, then wandered toward the edge of the camp. My shadows stiffened, but I waved a hand lazily. Relax, gentlemen. Just going to take a little walk. Maybe find a quiet spot to breathe without the smell of stew and sweat choking me. They didn't answer, of course, but they didn't follow too close either. They were wary of getting in the way of noble whims, and I used that to my advantage. The moment the trees swallowed me, I let the pulse rise. The transformation surged through me like fire. Bones stretched, scales slid into place, wings tore free, tendrils unfurled. The forest bent under the weight of Giratina. Branches snapped, the ground trembled, the very air warped around me. I pushed harder, and the rift yawned open. In a single beat of my wings, I slipped through into the shadow realm. Inside, the void stretched endless and still. Floating shards of land drifted aimlessly, mist curling and twisting as though alive. I hovered there for a moment, wings unfurled, savoring the silence. Then I tore another path back into the real world high above the camp. The forest unfolded beneath me like a dark ocean. In the middle of it, the night's camp burned with scattered fires, their glow faint but steady against the shadows. Tiny figures moved along the perimeter, sentries pacing, recruits huddled near flames, veterans sharpening blades. I rumbled softly, my voice rolling like distant thunder. Let's see how sharp their eyes really are. I drifted slowly in a wide circle above the camp, my wings beating with steady force. Each motion sent faint ripples through the air, bending the moonlight oddly. I kept high, but not too high. High enough that they wouldn't see details, low enough that something would feel wrong if anyone looked up. Below, the camp stirred. A sentry froze mid-step, his torchlight flickering as he craned his neck upward. His partner barked a question, but the man only shook his head and kept moving. Another sentry paused on the far side of camp, eyes narrowing at the faint shift of shadows overhead. He squinted, raised his torch higher, then quickly looked away. I chuckled low, amused. Close, but not close enough. My gaze slid across the camp, searching. And then I found him. Cid. He was sitting near a dying fire with the other recruits. Most of them were half asleep, their heads nodding, their spears clutched loosely. But not him. His posture was relaxed, yes, but his eyes were open, glinting faintly in the firelight. And they were watching. Not the fire. Not his companions. Watching the trees. Watching the sky. I grinned, my tendrils swaying lazily behind me. Oh, you feel it, don't you? I drifted lower, my massive form blotting out a stretch of stars. For an instant, the firelight below flickered strangely, shadows bending unnaturally across the camp. Recruits stirred, muttering in confusion. A few pointed upward uncertainly, though none could see clearly. Sid's gaze flicked to the sky. Just for a moment. His eyes tracked the faint ripple in the darkness exactly where I circled. Then he looked back at the fire, calm as ever. But I saw it. I laughed softly, the sound reverberating through the air. So you noticed. Very clever, rookie. For nearly an hour, I circled above. I shifted my height, testing the night's senses. The veterans stirred occasionally, their instincts pricked, but they never pinpointed me. The recruits whispered nervously, claiming they heard wings in the night. Officers silenced them quickly. But Cid. Every time I drifted closer, his eyes flicked skyward for just a heartbeat. Never long enough to draw attention, never obvious enough for anyone else to notice. Just long enough for me to know he wasn't fooled. And that made me grin wider than ever. Eventually, I pulled back. My wings beat harder, carrying me higher until the camp shrank to nothing but faint pinpricks of firelight in the endless forest. Then I slipped back into the shadow realm, the void swallowing me once more. The silence pressed around me, heavy and endless. I drifted there for a moment, still grinning. He knows, I muttered cheerfully. Or at least, he suspects. That makes things interesting. With a flick of my wings, I tore open another rift and stepped back into the world, this time in the quiet of the trees just beyond camp. The transformation rolled backward, scales retracting, wings collapsing, until I stood human once more. My clothes were rumpled, dirt clinging to my boots, but otherwise I looked perfectly normal. I strolled casually back into the camp, hands in my pockets, whistling lightly. My shadows stiffened when they saw me return, but I only waved lazily. "Don't worry, gentlemen," I said cheerfully. "Just a walk." "Very refreshing." They said nothing, but their helmets tilted slightly, as though they didn't quite believe me. I grinned wider. By morning, the camp buzzed with rumors. Recruits whispered about shadows in the sky, about wings beating in the night, about the fires flickering strangely. Veterans dismissed it, but their eyes lingered longer on the trilene than usual. "And Cid?" He sat quietly, eating his rations as if nothing had happened. But when I passed by, he glanced at me once. Just once. And there was the faintest curve of a smile on his lips. I almost laughed aloud. "Oh, rookie," I murmured under my breath. "You're going to be fun." Chapter 19, Wings in the Night. The morning began with shouts. Not the ordinary bustle of an encampment, those were constant, predictable but sharp calls, the kind that carried urgency. I rolled off the crate I'd been lounging on, rubbing my eyes theatrically as knights hurried past. My two shadows were already stiff, their helmets snapping toward the sound. Across the camp, Sir Galvin strode into view. His crimson cape trailed behind him, his boots heavy against the churned earth. Captains clustered around him, their expressions grim. Even from where I stood, I could feel the tension radiating off the group. I whistled low, grinning. Someone didn't get their beauty sleep. Knights gathered quickly in the open space near the central fire. Galvin raised a hand, silencing the chatter with nothing more than the weight of his presence. His voice cut through the morning air, clear and sharp. There were reports of wings in the night. Shadows passed over the camp. Fires flickered as if disturbed by unseen winds. Some of you heard it. Others felt it. Murmurs spread instantly. Recruits exchanged nervous looks. Veterans frowned, their jaws tight. Galvin's gaze swept across them like a blade. This camp will not be caught unaware again. From this moment, the watch will be doubled. Patrols will move in pairs around the perimeter at all hours. Every squad will remain armed, even while resting. If anything moves in the sky or the trees, I want it known immediately. The camp erupted in acknowledgement. Knights saluted, captains barked orders, recruits scrambled to adjust. I leaned against a wagon, clapping slowly with a cheerful grin. Bravo, Sir Galvin! Very stirring. Though if you keep tightening them like this, they'll snap. His eyes flicked toward me for the briefest moment, then moved on. No words, no acknowledgement, just that piercing stare. I laughed softly. Cold as ever. The new orders changed the rhythm of the camp immediately. Sentries marched with torches along the edges, their numbers doubled. Pairs of knights paced the perimeter, their eyes fixed on the treeline and sky. Even during meals, squads kept weapons within reach, their armor clinking with every move. The air was thick with tension, every shadow treated like an enemy waiting to strike. I found it delightful. Feels like a festival, I said brightly to one group of knights who were adjusting their gear near the fires. So many torches, so much activity. All we're missing is music. They ignored me, their faces tight. I only grinned wider. Across the camp, I spotted Cid among the recruits. He blended in perfectly as always, sitting quietly, spooning stew into his mouth. But his eyes lifted once, briefly, toward the sky before lowering again. No one else noticed. I did. Well, rookie, I muttered under my breath, looks like you're the only one here worth watching. The rest of the day dragged with drills and tense silence. Captains barked commands, forcing recruits to practice forming shield walls, to run laps around the camp with weighted packs, to sharpen their weapons until they gleamed. Every sound of the forest beyond the camp made men stiffen every crack of a branch, every distant howl. I amused myself by drifting between groups, teasing where I could. Careful, that shield's bigger than you are. Might fall over if the wind blows. Running in circles? I do that every day for fun. That spear looks bent. Planning to poke wolves with a stick, are you? Most ignored me. A few glared. One recruit turned bright red and nearly dropped his weapon. All of it made me laugh quietly. Still, Galvin's orders were carried out with unrelenting discipline. By nightfall, the camp was brighter than usual, torches planted in a wide ring, patrols moving constantly. The knights tried to look confident, but the tension in their shoulders told the truth. I sat by the fire with my shadows looming behind me. My grin never faltered, but my mind was elsewhere. Galvin's sharpness, the knight's fear, and Cid's steady calm all swirled together in my thoughts. The rumor of wings had shaken the camp more than any direct attack. They couldn't fight what they couldn't see, and that gnawed at them worse than wolves or boars. I leaned back, laughing softly to myself. All this fuss over a midnight stroll. Later that night, I wandered toward the edge of camp. Patrols passed by constantly now, torches flickering, armor clinking. One pair stopped briefly as I approached, their eyes narrowing. "Where are you going, Lord Shredder?" one asked stiffly. I spread my arms wide with a grin. "Just stretching my legs. Surely you don't think I'm sneaking off to wrestle wolves, do you?" They exchanged a glance but said nothing, moving on. I strolled further into the shadows, stopping just short of the treeline. From here, I could see the ring of torches flickering, the patrols moving in pairs, the campfires glowing faintly in the center. The knights thought themselves ready, thought themselves prepared. And yet, above them, the sky was vast and dark. I tilted my head back, grinning. "You're not wrong to be afraid of the sky." Hours passed, and the camp remained tense. Patrols rotated, sentries marched, fires crackled low. Some recruits dozed uneasily, others muttered prayers under their breath. The veterans stayed sharp, eyes fixed outward, knuckles white around their weapons. Cid, of course, was calm. Sitting near a fire with his pack, his posture relaxed, his eyes half closed. But even then, I caught the faint flick of his gaze skyward when the wind shifted. I chuckled quietly, watching him from across the camp. Yes, Rookie. You know. Chapter 20, Alarm in the Night. The night air was thick with tension. Torches lined the perimeter of the camp, their flames sputtering faintly in the chill wind. Sentries paced in pairs, their armor clinking softly, eyes constantly darting between the treeline and the black sky above. Every man carried his weapon, even those meant to be resting. No one trusted the silence anymore. I lounged near one of the supply wagons, my back against the wood, watching the nervous rhythm of the camp with a cheerful grin. My two shadows stood close by as always, silent and rigid, their visors glowing faintly in the firelight. To them, every flicker of movement meant danger. To me, it was all amusement. You'd think they were expecting the moon to fall on their heads, I said lightly, tossing a pebble into the air and catching it again. They didn't answer, of course. They never did. The hours dragged, the camp wrapped in its taut rhythm. Patrols changed every so often, men marching stiffly to replace the exhausted. The wounded groaned in the medical tents, their bandages stained fresh. The fires burned low, casting more shadows than light. And then it happened. A shout split the quiet. Above us. Every head snapped upward. Torches swung wildly, their flames scattering shadows across the ground. Knights scrambled to their feet, weapons drawn, shields raised. The camp erupted into shouts as the alarm spread like wildfire. Wings in the sky. Shadows moving. Form up! Form up! The entire camp surged into chaos. Veterans barked orders, recruits stumbled over themselves, torches were thrust high into the air. Sentries at the perimeter blew their horns, the sharp notes carrying into the forest beyond. I leaned back against the wagon, grinning wider. Well, well. They found me a ghost. The sky was dark, clouded, but the men swore they saw something. Shapes blotting out the stars, wings beating faintly against the wind. Every flicker of firelight seemed to dance unnaturally, every shadow stretched too long. Shields up! Galvin's voice roared above the din. He stood at the center of the camp, his crimson cape snapping behind him, his eyes fixed on the heavens. Archers, ready yourselves! Knights scrambled into formation, shields locking, spears raised. Archers strung their bows, torches planted at their feet to give light. The recruits clustered together, their eyes wide with fear, gripping their weapons so tightly their knuckles went white. And among them, Cid stood steady, calm as ever. His eyes flicked upward once, watching the sky with quiet intensity, but his posture never shifted. I chuckled softly. Still calm, Rookie. Impressive. The alarm didn't fade quickly. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as the camp remained bristling, weapons trained on the sky. Some knights swore they saw movement again, wings circling high above. Others claimed it was nothing but clouds. No one could agree. But no one lowered their weapons either. Galvin's voice cut sharp through the night. Hold steady. Do not break formation. If it descends, we will strike as one. The men obeyed, their shields raised, eyes darting. Sweat dripped down brows, torches sputtered, horses snorted nervously from their tethers. I sauntered closer, my grin wide as ever. You've got them dancing over shadows, Sir Galvin. Very effective training. He turned his head sharply, his eyes like daggers on me. Lord Shredder. Stay out of the way. Always, I replied cheerfully, spreading my arms. I wouldn't dream of interrupting. He didn't believe me, but he didn't waste more words. His gaze returned to the sky. The camp held like that until the clouds finally shifted, revealing a stretch of clear night sky. Nothing moved above. No wings, no shadows, only stars glittering faintly in the darkness. Still, no one relaxed until Galvin himself gave the order. Stand down. But remain armed. Patrols double the watch. Archers keep your bows strung. This is not over. The men obeyed, though their movements were stiff, uncertain. The alarm lingered even as the immediate tension faded. I clapped slowly, chuckling. Very well handled. Though if you keep them awake all night, they'll start seeing monsters in their soup tomorrow. Galvin ignored me, barking more orders to the captains. The camp shifted back into its uneasy rhythm, patrols rotating, torches relit, fires stoked higher. But the whispers spread fast. Wings. I saw them, I swear. Too big to be a bird. It was watching us. Rumors twisted and multiplied, feeding the fear that clung to every man. Later, when the camp had settled as much as it could, I wandered toward the edge of the recruits' fires. Most were huddled together, whispering nervously, their eyes darting toward the sky every few seconds. Cid sat apart, calm as ever. He poked at the fire with a stick, his face unreadable. But when I passed close by, he glanced up at me. Just once. And his lips curved faintly, almost like a smile. I grinned back. Sharp eyes, rookie. Very sharp. He said nothing, returning his gaze to the fire. I chuckled softly, moving on. The rest of the night passed without incident. But the damage was done. The men slept poorly, if at all. Sentries jumped at every shadow, every flutter of leaves, every gust of wind. Galvin prowled the camp like a wolf, his gaze sharp, his voice low but unrelenting as he drove discipline into the weary men. By morning, the camp looked exhausted. But their fear had hardened into resolve. And me? I just leaned on the wagon, arms crossed, watching with a wide grin. Not bad, I muttered cheerfully. But let's see how long you can keep it up. Chapter 21, The Night Assault. The camp was restless the next day. The alarm from the night before still clung to every man like a weight. The recruits whispered in huddles whenever they thought the veterans weren't listening. The veterans themselves were quieter than usual, sharpening blades with grim focus or cleaning dents from their armor that weren't there. Galvin stalked through the camp like a hawk, his eyes sharp, his voice sharp enough to cut. He barked orders at captains, inspected the perimeter, and checked the condition of the wounded himself. He was everywhere at once, his presence heavy enough that men straightened their backs even when he wasn't looking. I, of course, found the whole thing entertaining. Leaning against one of the supply wagons, I sipped from a waterskin and watched the men scramble. My two shadows stood nearby, still as statues, their eyes hidden but never straying from me. Busy day, isn't it? I said brightly, raising the waterskin in a mock toast. All this fuss over shadows in the sky. You'd think the clouds themselves were plotting against us. No answer. They never gave me one. I grinned anyway. When night finally fell, the camp bristled with tension. The perimeter was double-lined with torches, patrols moved in pairs with shields ready, and archers sat with bows strung, watching the treetops as if something might crawl out at any second. The fires burned higher than usual, their flames throwing tall shadows that swayed with every gust of wind. I sat near one of the larger fires, a chunk of bread in my hand, watching the nervous rhythm of the camp. Around me, recruits muttered prayers, veterans checked their weapons for the fifth or sixth time, and captains moved constantly to keep everyone in order. Cid sat with the recruits, calm as ever. His eyes flicked up occasionally, watching the sky or the treeline, but his expression never changed. I chuckled softly to myself. Still steady, rookie. You don't disappoint. It began just past midnight. The horses tied near the wagons snorted and stamped nervously, pulling at their reins. Sentries paused in their pacing, frowning into the trees. Then came the sound low at first, then louder. A growl. No, dozens of growls, rising in a chorus that rolled through the forest. The alarm horns blared instantly. Form up! Shields ready! Archers nock arrows! The camp erupted. Men scrambled into formation, shields locking, spears thrust forward. Archers raised their bows, their eyes straining into the darkness beyond the torches. Recruits stumbled to their feet, some pale, some trembling, but forced into the lines by their captain's shouts. I stood slowly, brushing crumbs from my hands, a grin stretching across my face. Ah, finally! I was getting bored. The trilene exploded. Wolves poured out first, their glowing eyes glinting in the firelight. They hurled themselves at the perimeter with snarls and snapping jaws. The first line of knights braced, shields slamming together as the beasts crashed into them. The impact rang out across the camp. Shields buckled, men grunted, wolves clawed and snapped, trying to tear through. Spears jabbed forward, piercing fur and flesh, sending yelps into the night. But the wolves weren't alone. From the darkness came heavier shape spores, their tusks gleaming, their massive bodies plowing through the underbrush. They charged straight into the lines, scattering men like dolls, sending shields and spears flying. Hold the line! Galvin's voice roared above the chaos. He was already in motion, his blade flashing as he cut down a wolf that leapt for a wounded man. Reform! Do not break! The camp became a battlefield. Wolves tore into the edges, boars smashed into formations, the fires flickered wildly as men shouted and steel clashed. The air filled with the stench of blood and smoke. I stood at the edge of the chaos, hands on my hips, watching with bright eyes. My shadows flanked me, tense and ready, but I waved them off casually. No need, gentlemen. I'm quite enjoying the show. And I was. The recruits were a mess. Some fought desperately, their spears thrusting wildly. Others cowered behind shields, shaking so hard their weapons clattered against the wood. But CID was steady. He moved smoothly, efficiently. When a wolf lunged, he sidestepped and drove his blade into its side. When a boar charged, he slipped aside at the last moment, his spear striking the beast's exposed flank. He never panicked, never wasted a motion. I laughed quietly, almost to myself. Sharp as ever, rookie! The battle raged harder. More beasts spilled from the forest bears this time, massive hulks that crashed into the lines with roars. Shields splintered under their weight, men thrown aside like rag dolls. Archers fired desperately, their arrows streaking into the beasts' hides. Some fell, but many kept coming, their fury unbroken. Galvin was everywhere, his sword flashing, his voice commanding above the din. He cut down wolves, slashed boars, even drove his blade into a bear's throat, dragging the wounded beast down with sheer force. His presence alone held the men together, kept them from breaking under the assault. I had to admit, it was impressive. Not bad, Sir Galvin, I muttered with a grin. You've got teeth. The camp itself was chaos. Wagons overturned, tents shredded, fires scattered by the struggle. The wounded groaned from the medical tents, the healers screaming for help as beasts pressed closer. For a moment, the line wavered near the southern edge. Wolves broke through, snapping at the healers. The recruits stationed nearby froze, their eyes wide with terror. And then CID moved. He didn't hesitate. He drove his spear into the first wolf, then pivoted, his movements sharp and controlled. The second lunged, and he rolled aside, slashing its belly open. By the time the others even reacted, he'd already driven the beasts back far enough for the veterans to fill the gap. I laughed louder, clapping once. Oh, I like you more every time. The battle stretched on. Blood soaked the earth, screams mingled with snarls, firelight flickered wildly as shadows danced across the chaos. Men fell, beasts fell, the lines buckled and reformed again and again. And through it all, Galvin never stopped shouting. Hold! Push them back! Do not yield ground! By the time the beasts finally began to retreat, the camp was a wreck. Dozens of bodies littered the ground, both human and beast. The fires burned low, smoke rising into the night sky. The men were exhausted, bloodied, but alive. I stood among the wreckage, grinning. My clothes were untouched, my smile as bright as ever. Now that, I said cheerfully, was worth staying up for. Chapter 22, Galvin's Demands. The dawn that broke over the camp was a grey and heavy one. Smoke hung in the air, rising in thin lines from the burned remnants of shattered tents and overturned fires. The ground was a churn of mud and blood, the stench thick enough to make even the hardened veterans grimace. Groans drifted from the medical tents where healers bent over wounded men, their hands slick with red, their voices sharp and hurried. The recruits sat slumped near what fires remained, their faces pale, their eyes hollow. Some still clutched their weapons even in exhaustion, fingers locked tight around hilts and shafts. The veterans moved among them, silent, repairing gear or sharpening weapons as if routine was the only thing holding them upright. Galvin stood at the center of it all. His crimson cape was torn at the edges, his armor dented and stained, but his presence was as sharp as ever. He moved with the same deliberate force, his eyes cutting through the camp like knives, missing nothing. Every knight who met his gaze straightened, even if their bodies were on the verge of collapse. I sat casually on one of the supply wagons, swinging my legs, grinning at the mess before me. My two shadows stood nearby, rigid as always, though their posture looked tighter than usual. They hadn't fought, they never would unless ordered, but even they seemed rattled by the sheer chaos of the night before. Well, I said brightly, breaking a piece off a stale roll and tossing it into my mouth, that was lively. The entertainment value alone was worth the lack of sleep. Neither of them reacted, of course. I chuckled to myself. By mid-morning, Galvin called for an assembly. Horns blared, cutting through the haze of exhaustion, forcing men to gather in the central clearing. Knights formed into ragged lines, recruits stumbling to their feet, captains standing stiff despite their own wounds. Galvin stood before them, his arms crossed, his eyes burning with fury barely contained. The silence that fell was heavy, every man waiting for his voice. When he spoke, it was sharp and merciless. We lost 29 men last night. His words cut the air like steel. Dozens more wounded. Supplies burned, defenses broken, the camp nearly overrun. And why? His gaze swept across the crowd, freezing every man it landed on. Because fear grips you more tightly than discipline. The recruits flinched. Even the veterans lowered their eyes. Galvin's voice rose, harsh and unrelenting. You claim to serve the crown. You claim to protect this land. Yet when beasts come from the trees, some of you falter, some of you stumble, and others lose your nerve entirely. I will not have cowards in my lines. From this moment forward, you will stand or you will die where you fall. No excuses. A ripple of unease passed through the assembly. No one dared speak. I clapped once, loudly, my grin wide. Very inspiring. You'll scare them straight or scare them stiff, either way, they'll be shaking in unison. All eyes flicked to me. Whispers spread instantly. Some knights glared, some recruits shrank further into themselves. Galvin's head turned slowly toward me. His eyes locked onto mine, unblinking, sharp as blades. Lord Shredder, he said, his voice low but carrying. You find this amusing? I tilted my head, smiling brighter. Of course. Everything is amusing if you tilt your head the right way. The silence that followed was thick. My father would have strangled me on the spot if he'd been here. But I leaned back lazily on the wagon, utterly unbothered. Galvin stepped forward, his boots heavy against the churned ground. "This is no game," he said, his tone iron. "Men are dead. Blood has been spilled. And yet you stand here grinning." I spread my arms cheerfully. "Would you rather I cry? I don't think tears would suit me." The murmur of knights grew louder. Some were shocked, others furious. Galvin's face didn't move, but the air around him grew heavier. "Then perhaps," he said slowly, "you will explain where you wander at night." The camp went still. Even the recruits, half dead with exhaustion, lifted their heads. The veterans' eyes narrowed. My shadows stiffened beside me. I grinned wider, leaning forward. "Ah, curious, are we? Worried I might be sneaking off to wrestle wolves on my own." Galvin's eyes didn't waver. "Rumors speak of shadows in the sky. Wings that stir the fires. They say the camp is watched at night." "Rumors are lovely things," I said brightly. "They multiply faster than rabbits. One man sees a bird, another swears it's a dragon, and suddenly you have 1,000 soldiers shaking at shadows." Galvin's jaw tightened. "Enough riddles. Where do you go?" I tapped my chin, pretending to think. "Where do I go? Let's see, sometimes to the Trialine to relieve myself, sometimes to stretch my legs when the camp stinks too much of stew and sweat, sometimes simply to admire the stars." The murmurs grew again, louder this time. Some knights snorted in disbelief, others muttered angrily. Galvin raised a hand, silencing them instantly. His gaze never left me. "If I find that you are lying, if your games cost more lives, I will drag you before the palace myself." I clutched my chest theatrically, grinning wide. "You wound me, Sir Galvin. To think you don't trust me after all the bread and bandages I so generously delivered." He didn't answer. His eyes lingered one heartbeat longer, then he turned sharply away, barking fresh orders to the captains. The assembly dispersed quickly, knights moving with tense shoulders, recruits muttering to one another in hushed tones. I leaned back against the wagon, laughing quietly to myself. So serious. He really will wrinkle if he keeps that up. Later, as the camp returned to its uneasy rhythm, I wandered toward the recruits' fires. Most avoided my gaze, whispering nervously after my little exchange with Galvin. But Cid sat as calm as ever, his bowl of stew balanced in his lap, his expression unreadable. When I passed close by, he glanced up at me. Just for a moment. And though his face stayed blank, there was a flicker in his eyes, a sharpness, an amusement. I chuckled softly. "You enjoyed that, didn't you, rookie?" He didn't answer. He just ate his stew quietly, but the faint curve of his lips told me enough. Chapter 23, Forced onto patrol. The camp had barely settled back into its strained rhythm after Galvin's speech when the new order came down. Captains moved briskly among the tents, their voices sharp as they relayed Galvin's command. The men looked confused at first, then uneasy. Word traveled fast, too fast for anyone to miss. I was halfway through a piece of bread, lounging near a wagon, when one of the captains strode toward me. His armor clinked with every step, his expression as tight as the bowstring of an archer. My two shadows shifted slightly, standing taller. "Lord Shredder," the captain barked. "By order of Sir Galvin, you will accompany the next perimeter patrol." The bite of bread lingered in my mouth. I chewed slowly, savoring the tension, then swallowed and grinned wide. "Oh? Me? Out there with the brave knights? I'm honored." The captain's lips pressed thin. "This is no jest." "Of course it isn't," I said cheerfully. "But if you expect me to march around the woods in the middle of the night, I'll need at least a decent cloak. It gets terribly drafty under the trees." The captain didn't answer. He only saluted stiffly before turning on his heel to relay the order further. My shadows looked at me but said nothing, waiting. I laughed softly, brushing crumbs from my hands. Well, gentlemen, looks like we're going on a little field trip. When the patrol assembled, the atmosphere was heavy. 10 knights stood ready at the edge of camp, shields strapped, spears gleaming faintly in the torchlight. 2 recruits were shoved into the line as well, their hands trembling on their weapons. The veterans glared at them with thinly veiled disdain, but orders were orders. And then there was me. I strolled in with a grin, my coat a little too fine for the mud, my posture far too relaxed for the situation. My 2 shadows fell in behind me immediately, their armor polished but plain compared to the rest. The captain in charge frowned when he saw me. You will remain with the center. Do not stray. Do not interfere. Wouldn't dream of it, I said brightly. I'll just admire the scenery. Perhaps I'll even spot a squirrel for you. The veterans muttered under their breath. The recruits looked at me with wide, uncertain eyes. I smiled wider. We left the camp in silence. The torches flickered as the night wind pressed through the trees. The forest loomed around us, the shadows thick, every branch shifting like a waiting hand. The knights moved with practiced steps, shields raised, eyes sharp. The recruits stumbled occasionally, tripping over roots, earning sharp glares from the men beside them. I walked casually in the middle, hands clasped behind my back, humming softly to myself. My shadows kept pace with silent precision, their eyes fixed forward. The tension was delicious. The first stretch was uneventful. The only sounds were the crunch of boots on dirt, the rustle of leaves, and the occasional distant call of a night bird. The knights kept their eyes forward, their grips tight on their weapons. I leaned toward one of the recruits, grinning. Scared? He flinched, nearly dropping his spear. And no, my lord. Good answer, I said cheerfully, patting his shoulder. Though your hands are shaking so much, I think the wolves might hear you first. The veterans hissed for silence, and I laughed quietly. We reached the southern perimeter first. The captain signaled for pairs to split, torches raised higher as they swept the treeline. The forest stretched dark and endless before us, the shadows deep enough to swallow anything. One knight muttered, "Feels wrong out here." "Everything feels wrong to you," another snapped back, though his own knuckles were white on his spear. I leaned against a tree, watching them with amusement. If something does jump out, at least we won't die of boredom. The captain shot me a glare sharp enough to cut. Stay in line. I raised both hands innocently, still smiling. The patrol pressed on, circling wider around the camp. The torches cast long, flickering shadows on the ground. Every rustle in the underbrush made the recruits stiffen. The veterans muttered under their breath, tense but steady. And then came the sound. A low growl, rolling through the trees. The patrol froze instantly. Spears lowered, shields raised, torches thrust outward. The recruits nearly stumbled, their eyes wide. My grin widened as I tilted my head, listening. Well, that's not a squirrel. The underbrush exploded. Wolves leapt from the darkness, their eyes glowing, their fangs bared. They crashed into the line with snarls, claws scraping against shields. The veterans braced, shoving back with shields, thrusting spears. The recruits panicked, jabbing wildly, nearly striking each other. I stood in the center, grinning wider. Oh, this is much better. My shadows shifted, their hands on their blades, but they didn't move without my command. The fight was brutal but contained. The veterans pushed the wolves back with practiced precision, their spears finding throats and bellies. The recruits flailed, barely keeping their footing, but the veterans' shouts forced them into line. The captain barked orders, his voice sharp. Hold the shield wall. Drive them back. And slowly, they did. The wolves snarled and snapped, but steel pierced fur again and again. Bodies fell, blood soaked the dirt, and the forest rang with the clash of steel and the howls of beasts. Through it all, I watched with bright eyes, humming under my breath as if it were music. When the last wolf fell, the patrol regrouped quickly. The recruits were pale, their chests heaving, their hands slick with sweat and blood. The veterans checked their lines, their expressions grim but steady. The captain wiped his blade clean, his eyes burning as he turned to me. Still amused, Lord Shredder? I clapped once, smiling wide. Absolutely. You all handled that beautifully. A little shaky at first, but I'd give it an 8 out of 10. The recruits stared at me in disbelief. The veterans looked ready to throttle me. The captain said nothing, his jaw clenched, before ordering the patrol to move again. I hummed softly as I followed. The rest of the circuit passed in tense silence. No more wolves appeared, but every man's eyes darted constantly, every ear straining at the faintest sound. The recruits nearly jumped at the cry of an owl. The veterans kept them in line with sharp words and sharper glares. By the time we returned to camp, the men were exhausted, their armor dented, their spears stained red. The captain dismissed them quickly, sending them to rest or report. And then he turned to me. Sir Galvin will hear of this. You will give your own account. I spread my arms wide, grinning. Of course. I'll tell him you were all very brave. I might even mention how pale the recruits looked. It'll make for a nice touch of drama. The captain scowled and strode away. My shadows lingered close, silent as always. I stretched, yawning. Well, that was fun. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Chapter 24, Another Night of Claws. The camp smelled of blood and smoke even after a full day of repair. Wagons were righted, tents repitched, the dead buried in shallow graves at the forest's edge. The air was heavy with sweat and the low groans of the wounded, but still, Galvin kept the nights moving. I watched from my usual spot near the supply wagons, sitting comfortably on a crate while the soldiers hauled wood and hammered stakes into the ground. My shadows stood behind me, rigid as ever, their visors reflecting the torchlight. You'd think after so much excitement they'd let us nap for a week, I said cheerfully, leaning back on my hands. But no hurry, build more walls, sharpen more spears, polish your boots until the wolves can see their reflections. No one answered, naturally. The knights nearby glared but said nothing, too wary of Galvin's wrath to indulge me. By the time night fell, the camp looked sturdier than before. Torches lined the perimeter in double rows, sharpened stakes jutted outward in crude barriers, and archers were stationed on makeshift platforms to give them a better line of sight. The fires were fed high, their smoke rising into the black sky. Men sat in tight groups, eating their rations quickly, their weapons never more than a reach away. The recruits looked pale, their eyes darting constantly toward the trilene. The veterans stayed grim and silent, but even they twitched at every sound of the forest. I lounged near the fire, tearing bread into pieces and popping them into my mouth. It's cozy, I said with a grin. All we're missing is music and dancers. The knight across from me scowled. Silence, Lord Shredder. This is no place for your jokes. I chuckled softly, leaning back. Oh, but jokes are all that keep me entertained. Besides, if I stop, you'll start thinking too much about the wolves. He glared harder, but said nothing more. The first few hours of night passed with nothing but the usual noises of the forest, rustling branches, distant calls of birds, the occasional snap of a twig that made every sentry stiffen. Patrols rotated in pairs, their torches bobbing in slow rhythm around the perimeter. I almost grew bored. Almost. Then it came. A howl. Long, low, and close. The entire camp froze. Sentries raised their torches higher, archers drew arrows, knights scrambled to their feet, shields snapping into formation. Recruits shook as they tried to find their places, their captains barking sharp orders. The howl was joined by another. Then another. Until the forest echoed with the sound, a chorus of beasts announcing themselves. I grinned wide. And here we go again. The trilene erupted. Wolves surged out, dozens of them, their eyes burning with savage light. They hurled themselves against the barriers, snapping at the stakes, forcing themselves through gaps. Behind them came the heavier shapes of boars, their tusks catching the firelight, their bodies slamming against the defenses hard enough to shake the ground. The knights roared in response. Arrows flew, spears thrust forward, shields locked tight. The first wave of wolves was cut down, bodies collapsing against the barriers, but more pushed through, clawing and snapping, dragging men to the ground. I stood, brushing crumbs from my hands, my grin bright. Now that's more like it. My shadows shifted, their hands on their hilts, waiting. I waved them off casually. Stay. I'm enjoying the view. The camp became chaos. Wolves broke through the southern barrier, dragging a pair of recruits screaming into the dirt. Boars smashed into the western side, scattering men and overturning wagons. Archers loosed arrows desperately, the shafts sinking into fur and hide, but the beasts pressed harder. Galvin was in the thick of it, his blade flashing, his voice cutting above the din. Hold the line. Reinforce the west. Push them back. The captains echoed his orders, forcing their squads to move, to brace, to strike. I leaned against a wagon, laughing softly. So serious, all of you. You'll wrinkle your brows if you keep this up. Near the medical tents, wolves slipped through, snapping at the wounded. Panic flared as healers screamed for help, the patients too weak to defend themselves. Recruits nearby froze, their spears clutched but unused. And then Cid moved. Calm as ever, he stepped forward, driving his spear into the first wolf. His motion was sharp, controlled, efficient. Another lunged, and he sidestepped neatly, striking low and fast. In moments, the beasts near the tents were down, and the gap was held until veterans rushed in to reinforce it. I chuckled, clapping once. Steady as always, rookie. You never disappoint. The battle raged longer than the last. The beasts came in waves, as if the forest itself had emptied to drown the camp. Wolves bit at shields, boars slammed into formations, and at one point a hulking bear lumbered into the firelight, its roar shaking the men to their bones. Knights swarmed it, their blades striking again and again until the beast finally collapsed, blood pooling at its feet. The camp stank of blood and sweat, the ground churned into mud under the endless struggle. I hummed lightly, hands clasped behind my back, as if watching a play unfold. What a performance! Hours passed before the beasts finally retreated. The howls faded into the trees, the crashing of tusks and claws falling silent. The camp was left in ruins again. Wagons overturned, fires scattered, bodies littering the ground. The knights stood in ragged lines, their shoulders slumped, their armor dented and stained. The recruits collapsed near the fires, their hands still trembling. Healers rushed among the wounded, their voices sharp, their hands slick with red. Galvin stood tall at the center, his chest heaving, his sword dripping with blood. His eyes scanned the wreckage, his jaw clenched tight. I leaned against a wagon, grinning wide. Well done, gentlemen. You survived another night. Truly impressive. The nearest knight glared at me, his voice sharp with fury. You stand there smiling while we bleed. I tilted my head, still grinning. Would you rather I frown? I assure you, it wouldn't help your mood. The man's fists tightened, but Galvin's voice cut across the camp before anything could escalate. Silence. Tend the wounded, bury the dead. We hold this ground until ordered otherwise. The knights obeyed, though their eyes still flicked toward me with hatred barely contained. I stretched, yawning. What a lovely night! Chapter 25, Summoned before Galvin. The camp stank of blood and ash. By morning, the healers had done all they could, the wounded lay groaning under heavy bandages, and the dead had been lined in grim rows for burial. The ground was churned to mud from the fighting, streaked with red where bodies had fallen and been dragged away. Smoke curled up from the remains of shattered tents, and the men moved slowly, their faces pale, their steps heavy. I, of course, sat on one of the supply wagons, swinging my legs cheerfully, a piece of stale bread in my hand. My two shadows flanked me like always, standing silent and stiff, their armor unmarked despite the carnage all around us. Another lively night, I said brightly, tearing off a bite of bread. Do you suppose Sir Galvin keeps count of how many tents are destroyed? I imagine he's running out of parchment. The knights who passed near enough to hear glared openly now. Their glares didn't bother me, in fact, I found them amusing. The more serious they became, the more I grinned. But the amusement faded slightly when the captain I'd seen on the patrol strode toward me, his face grim, his stride purposeful. He didn't speak until he was directly in front of me. Lord Shredder, he said stiffly. Sir Galvin summons you. Immediately. I raised my brows, smiling wide. Me? How flattering. This is no jest, the captain snapped. Come at once. I hopped lightly down from the wagon, brushing crumbs from my clothes. Lead the way, then. Don't worry, I promise to be on my best behavior. The command tent was one of the few still standing, its canvas patched hurriedly where claws had torn through it the night before. Guards stood outside, their spears crossed until the captain waved them aside. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of sweat and ink, the surface of the central table cluttered with maps, reports, and half-burned candles. Galvin stood behind the table, his hands braced on the wood, his cape torn and his armor still dented from the fighting. His eyes burned as he looked up, pinning me in place before I'd even fully stepped inside. The captains stood to the side, their expressions stony. Every one of them turned their gaze on me, and none of them looked friendly. I strolled in casually, grinning. Quite the audience. You should have told me I'd have brought wine. No one laughed. Galvin's voice cut sharp. Sit. I tilted my head but obeyed, dropping into the nearest chair and leaning back comfortably, one leg crossed over the other. My shadows stood by the entrance, silent, their visors glinting faintly in the dim light. Galvin didn't waste time. His eyes locked onto mine, his voice iron. Where were you last night when the beasts attacked? I widened my grin. Right here, of course. I never miss the entertainment. A few of the captains muttered darkly. One slammed his fist against the table, the wood rattling under the force. You stood and watched while men bled. I leaned forward slightly, resting my chin on one hand. Well, yes. What else was I supposed to do? I'm hardly going to swing a spear and get in the way of your professionals. You wouldn't want me stealing your glory. The captain's face went red, but Galvin raised a hand, silencing him. His eyes never left me. You find this amusing? Of course, I said brightly. Everything is amusing if you look at it the right way. Even you, Sir Galvin, scowling as if the world will crumble unless you hold it up on your shoulders. You really should try smiling, it might suit you. The silence in the tent grew heavier. The captains shifted, some glaring, some barely containing themselves. Galvin's jaw tightened. Enough. These attacks grow worse each night. Men die, the camp bleeds, and you laugh. Yet, his gaze sharpened further. The rumors persist. Shadows in the sky. Wings beating above us. Fires disturbed as if by some great wind. Always at night. Always when you vanish from sight. The captain stirred at his words. One spoke sharply. He sneaks from camp. I've seen it. His guards never follow. Another growled. And the shadows come when he is gone. Galvin's voice dropped, low and hard. So tell me, Lord Shredder. Where do you go? The tension was thick enough to choke on. The captains leaned forward, their eyes narrowing, waiting for my answer. The guards at the entrance stiffened. Even my own shadows stood rigid, though their faces remained hidden. I leaned back in the chair, folding my arms, my grin never fading. Where do I go? Why, to the Trilene, of course. Sometimes a man needs to breathe without the stink of smoke and sweat choking him. Other times I admire the stars. And yes, perhaps I wander a little farther than most. I'm a restless soul. The captains muttered angrily. One spat on the ground. Another snarled, lies. Galvin's eyes bored into mine. Do you mock me? Constantly, I said cheerfully. The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush the air. One of the captains actually took a step toward me, his hand on his sword, but Galvin's hand shot up again, halting him instantly. Galvin's voice was ice. If your games cost me more men, I will see you chained and dragged before His Majesty himself. I spread my arms, grinning wider. Then by all means, chain me. But you'll find I'm very good at slipping away. It would only frustrate you. The captains cursed under their breath, but Galvin said nothing further. He studied me for several long moments, his eyes unreadable, before finally turning away. Dismissed, he growled. The captains filed out reluctantly, throwing me glares that promised nothing good. My shadows fell in behind me as I rose casually, brushing imaginary dust from my coat. I paused at the entrance, turning back with a bright smile. Lovely chat, Sir Galvin. Truly invigorating. Let's do it again sometime. He didn't answer, his head bent once more over the maps, his jaw clenched tight. I laughed softly to myself as I stepped back into the cool night air. The camp outside was quieter, though the tension was no less sharp. Knights patrolled in pairs, recruits huddled near fires, the wounded groaned softly in the medical tents. The smell of smoke and blood lingered, and the men looked hollow-eyed, drained. I strolled among them casually, my grin wide, ignoring the mutters and the hostile stares. My eyes found Cid near the edge of one fire, calm as ever, spooning stew into his mouth. When I passed close by, he glanced at me once, his expression as unreadable as always. But there was something sharp in his eyes, something that made my grin widen further. Enjoy the show, rookie? I asked softly. He didn't answer. He only returned to his stew. But the faintest curve of his lips told me enough. Chapter 26, Galvin's Patrol. The order came at dusk. Men were finishing their meager rations when Galvin's voice cut through the camp like steel. Captain snapped to attention as he strode between the fires, his cape still torn from the night before, his armor scarred but polished as if to defy the damage. His eyes swept the nights like a hawk scanning prey. Patrol leaves within the hour, he barked. 2 squads. Shields ready, bows strung. I lead this one myself. The camp stiffened. It was rare for Galvin to personally take the field on such a small operation. Even the veterans traded uneasy glances, but none dared question him. Then his gaze fell on me. I sat on a crate with my bread, whistling cheerfully, my 2 shadows standing close behind. The moment his eyes met mine, I grinned and raised the bread in greeting. Lovely evening, Sir Galvin. You, he said flatly. I tilted my head. Me. You will join the patrol. You will march, you will stand in line, and you will answer to me directly. No more games. The entire camp stirred. Recruits muttered in shock. Veterans frowned, some smirking faintly as if already imagining me stumbling in the mud. I hopped off the crate, brushing crumbs from my coat. Why, Sir Galvin, I didn't know you cared. A stroll through the woods with you? I'm flattered. Enough, he snapped. Be ready. When the patrol assembled, the air was heavy. 20 men stood in formation, shields strapped, spears gleaming faintly in the firelight. A few recruits were shoved into the line to fill gaps, their faces pale, their hands trembling around their weapons. The veterans glared at them but said nothing, too focused on Galvin's command. And there I was, strolling into line with a bright grin, my coat far too clean, my posture relaxed. My two shadows fell in behind me as always, silent, their armor unmarked. Galvin stood at the front, his sword strapped across his back, his shield on his arm. His eyes burned as he swept across the patrol, lingering on me for a heartbeat longer than the others. Tonight we sweep the eastern perimeter, he said sharply. Stay in line. Do not falter. If you break formation, you will not return. The men answered with a unified, yes, sir. I raised a hand lazily. Do we get to sing marching songs along the way? It would lighten the mood. Galvin ignored me. We left the camp as the last of the light faded. The forest swallowed us quickly, the torches casting long shadows that danced over the trees. The night air was cold, heavy with the smell of damp earth and the faint metallic tang of blood that lingered from past battles. The knights moved in tight formation, shields raised, spears ready. Their eyes darted constantly, their steps deliberate, their breaths heavy in the silence. The recruits tried to keep pace, stumbling occasionally, their torches wobbling. I walked casually in the middle, humming softly under my breath, hands clasped behind my back. My shadows stayed just behind me, their movements precise, their silence unbroken. The veterans glared at me when they thought Galvin wasn't looking. One finally muttered, "You'll get us killed." I grinned at him. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. If anyone dies, it'll be you first. You look tastier." He growled but didn't answer. The patrol pressed deeper. Branches cracked under our boots, leaves rustled in the cold wind, and every so often a distant howl carried through the trees. The recruits flinched each time, earning sharp rebukes from the veterans beside them. Galvin kept the pace steady, his eyes forward, his presence like iron at the front of the line. He moved with a certainty that held the men together, even when fear gnawed at their edges. I found it amusing. "Such focus," I said brightly. "If you keep glaring at the trees, Sir Galvin, you'll burn holes through them." His head turned slightly, just enough for me to see his jaw tighten, then he looked forward again. I chuckled. Halfway through the sweep, the forest grew thicker. The torches flickered against tangled roots and heavy underbrush. The knights slowed, shields rising higher, their spears braced. The recruits stumbled more often, earning curses from the veterans. Then came the growl. Low, guttural, close. The patrol froze instantly. Shields locked, spears lowered, torches thrust outward. Galvin raised his hand, signaling silence. The growl came again, this time from the opposite side. Then another. And another. Surrounding us. I grinned wide. "Oh, good. We've got company." The underbrush exploded. Wolves poured in from all sides, their eyes glowing, their jaws snapping. They crashed into the shields with snarls, claws scraping against metal, teeth sinking into wood. "Hold the line!" Galvin roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. The men braced, pushing back with shields, spears stabbing forward. The recruits shrieked but were forced into formation by the veterans' shouts. I leaned casually against a tree, grinning as the wolves tore at the shields. Well, this is lively. The fight was brutal. Wolves snapped at heels, lunged for throats, clawed at shields. Spears pierced fur and flesh, blood sprayed across the dirt, the night filled with snarls and screams. Galvin was everywhere, his sword flashing, his shield bashing wolves aside. His voice kept the line steady, kept the men from breaking under the relentless assault. The recruits panicked, their thrusts wild and clumsy. One nearly dropped his spear, only to have Galvin himself shove him back into formation with a snarl. And then there was me. I strolled casually along the line, hands clasped behind my back, my grin never fading. When a wolf lunged too close, one of my shadows stepped forward silently, cutting it down with a single motion before stepping back into place. The knights didn't notice in the chaos, too busy fighting for their lives. But I noticed. And I laughed softly. Good form, gentlemen. 10 out of 10. The battle stretched on, the wolves relentless. The men grew tired, their arms heavy, their breaths ragged. The recruits faltered again and again, but the veterans forced them upright, shouting, striking, keeping them in line. Finally, after what felt like hours, the howls began to fade. The wolves retreated into the trees, dragging their dead with them, their snarls fading into the distance. The patrol stood heaving, their shields dented, their spears broken, their armor streaked with blood. Several men lay on the ground, unmoving. Galvin stood tall at the front, his chest heaving, his sword dripping red. His eyes scanned the line, then turned sharply to me. You, he said flatly. You saw this. You stood idle. I spread my arms cheerfully. And yet, here you are. Still alive. You should be thanking me for my moral support. The veterans muttered curses. The recruits stared, wide-eyed. Galvin's jaw clenched tighter than ever. The patrol limped back to camp before dawn, their bodies battered, their spirits frayed. The camp stirred at their return, healers rushing forward, knights muttering darkly as they saw the blood and the dead. Galvin dismissed the men, his voice heavy but sharp. Then he turned to me. This isn't finished, he said coldly. I grinned wide. Oh, I hope not. I'm having far too much fun. Chapter 27, Assault on the Den. The camp was tense from the moment Galvin gave the order. News spread quickly this was not another perimeter patrol, nor a simple sweep of the woods. It was an assault, a deliberate push into the forest to strike at the beasts directly in their den. The knights moved with mechanical precision, tightening armor, sharpening blades, binding shields. Veterans wore grim expressions, their jaws set, while the recruits looked pale, some vomiting quietly behind tents before falling back into line. Healers prepared kits of bandages and herbs, muttering prayers under their breath. The air buzzed with urgency and dread. I sat comfortably on a barrel near the supply wagons, watching with my usual grin. My shadows stood close, their silence as dependable as always. Well, isn't this dramatic? I said cheerfully, tossing a pebble into the air and catching it again. Marching into the wolves' den, as it were. How exciting! No one answered me, but plenty glared. By now, the camp had grown used to my voice carrying cheer in the midst of blood and ash, but the hatred in their eyes only deepened. When the squads formed up, Galvin stood at the front, his cape repaired, his armor freshly cleaned though still bearing dents. His presence was as sharp as ever, his voice carrying across the clearing. Today we take the fight to them. No more waiting for the beasts to strike. We march east, to their den. We end this. The knights roared in answer, though the sound was less enthusiasm and more determination forced into sound. The recruits stumbled over their own cries, pale-faced but unwilling to falter under so many eyes. And then Galvin turned to me. You, he said flatly. You will march with us. You will see what real war is. I hopped lightly down from the barrel, dusting my coat. Marching into the den? With you at my side, Sir Galvin, I feel invincible already. He scowled but said nothing more. The column moved out at first light. 2 full squads, nearly 50 men, shields raised and spears braced, bows strung, and torches ready. The veterans took the front, the recruits scattered through the middle, and Galvin strode at the head, his presence anchoring the line. I strolled casually in the center, humming softly, my shadows close behind. My grin never wavered, though the air grew heavier the deeper we went. The forest thickened quickly, swallowing the light. The trees grew twisted and close, their branches clawing at the sky. The ground was churned with old blood, claw marks gouged deep into the dirt and wood alike. The further east we marched, the stronger the stench of beasts became, thick, heavy, unmistakable. The recruits gagged. The veterans pressed on grimly. I sniffed the air with a grin. Smells like home cooking. You'll all get used to it. No one laughed. Hours passed before Galvin raised a hand, halting the column. The forest had gone quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no rustle of branches, nothing but the faint creak of armor and the heavy breaths of men. Galvin's voice was low but sharp. Shields. Form tight. The knights obeyed instantly, shields locking, spears thrust outward, bows drawn. The recruits fumbled but were shoved into place by the veterans. The column became a wall of steel bristling in the darkness. And then the growls came. Dozens at first, then hundreds, rolling through the trees until the ground itself seemed to hum with the sound. The knights braced. The recruits trembled. I grinned wider. Showtime. The den erupted. Wolves surged first, pouring from the underbrush, their eyes burning, their fangs snapping. They hurled themselves against the shields, clawing and biting, snarling as spears pierced their flesh. Boars followed, their tusks tearing through the lines, their weight smashing men aside. Arrows flew, sinking into thick hides, but the beasts only roared louder, plowing forward. Galvin's voice roared above the chaos. Hold! Push them back! The knights braced, their shields buckling under the force, their spears stabbing relentlessly. Blood sprayed across the dirt, bodies fell, the air filled with snarls and screams. And then the bears came. Massive shapes lumbered into the clearing, their roars shaking the air. They crashed into the shields, tearing men away, their claws cleaving through armor like paper. The line buckled. Galvin was everywhere, his sword flashing, his shield slamming beasts aside. He cut through wolves, slashed boars, even drove his blade deep into a bear's throat. His presence alone kept the men from breaking, his voice dragging them back into formation again and again. The veterans fought like demons, their blades steady, their eyes burning with grim resolve. The recruits flailed, many screaming, some breaking entirely before being forced back into line by the captain's snarls. And me? I strolled through the chaos, my grin bright. When a wolf lunged too close, one of my shadows stepped forward, cutting it down with a single motion before retreating back into place. When a boar charged at me, the other blocked it with a shield, driving a blade into its eye before shoving it aside. None of the knights noticed. They were too busy surviving. I laughed softly, almost to myself. Very efficient, gentlemen. 9 out of 10. The fight raged for what felt like hours. The ground became a churn of blood and mud, bodies piling high, the air thick with the stench of death. Men screamed, beasts howled, steel rang against fang and claw. Galvin's voice never stopped. Hold! Push them back! Advance! Slowly, painfully, the line pushed forward. The den loomed ahead, now a massive hollow in the earth, its mouth black and gaping, the stench of beasts pouring from it like smoke. Galvin raised his sword high. Forward! Into the den! End it! The knights roared and surged, their shields smashing into beasts, their spears driving them back. Step by step, the line advanced, dragging itself toward the hollow. I tilted my head, grinning. Into the beast's mouth. How poetic! The den was worse than the forest. The moment we entered, the air grew thick, choking, heavy with the stench of fur and blood. The ground was slick with gore, the walls clawed and gouged from years of use. Shadows shifted constantly, wolves darting through the dark, their eyes flashing before they lunged. The fighting became closer, tighter. Shields pressed shoulder to shoulder, spears stabbing in desperate bursts. Wolves leapt from the walls, snapping at throats. Boars charged through narrow gaps, crushing men against stone. Galvin's voice roared. Do not falter! The men obeyed, their fear drowned in the sheer force of his command. I leaned casually against the wall, grinning as the chaos swirled. My shadows moved only when needed, striking down beasts that came too close, retreating back into silence before anyone noticed. At last, after endless struggle, the den fell silent. The beasts retreated deeper into the tunnels, dragging their wounded, their snarls fading into the distance. The floor was littered with bodies, human and beast alike, the air choked with smoke and blood. The knights stood heaving, their armor dented, their shields splintered, their spears broken. Dozens lay dead, dozens more groaned on the ground, clutching wounds. Galvin stood tall at the front, his chest heaving, his sword dripping red. His eyes scanned the wreckage, then narrowed sharply when they found me. You, he said flatly. You still smile. I spread my arms, grinning wider. Of course. What else would I do? Frown? That won't patch your men back together. His jaw clenched, but he said nothing more. The march back to camp was slow, the men dragging themselves through the forest, carrying the wounded, their faces pale with exhaustion. The den had cost them dearly, but they had struck back, and that mattered to Galvin. To me, it was all entertainment. Well, I said cheerfully as we trudged back into the camp, that was invigorating. We must do it again sometime. No one answered. The knights glared, the recruits looked away, and Galvin stalked past me in silence, his jaw tight enough to crack. I laughed softly, my grin never fading. Chapter 28, Rumors of a Greater Gathering. The camp was quieter than usual after the den assault. The victory felt hollow. Knights dragged themselves back from the fight with hollow eyes, their bodies battered, their armor dented and streaked with blood. The wounded groaned in the healers' tents, the stench of herbs and sweat thick in the air. Graves were dug outside the perimeter, shallow and hurried, marked only with rough wooden stakes. I sat comfortably on a supply wagon, legs crossed, watching the aftermath with my usual grin. My two shadows stood close, silent and stiff as always, their armor clean despite the filth and gore staining everyone else's. Quite the performance, I said cheerfully, breaking off a piece of stale bread. Though I must say, the stage was a bit messy. Too much mud, not enough flair. The knights nearby glared but said nothing. They were too exhausted, too wary of Galvin's constant presence, to waste words on me. By midday, Galvin called for the captains. They gathered in his tent, their voices low but heated, the sound of argument leaking through the canvas. Runners came and went, carrying reports, their faces pale. When the captains finally emerged, their expressions were darker than before. Galvin followed, his jaw clenched, his eyes sharper than ever. He wasted no time. Scouts have returned, he barked, his voice carrying across the camp. The den is empty but the beasts have not scattered. They are moving. Gathering. There are more of them than before. The camp erupted into mutters and curses. Recruits turned pale, veterans swore under their breath. I leaned back on the wagon, smiling brighter. Oh, how delightful! You clear one nest, and the forest gives you a bigger one. It's almost generous. Galvin's eyes flicked toward me briefly, then back to his men. This fight is not over. If we hesitate, they will strike us here again and harder than before. The captains barked orders immediately, and the camp surged into motion once more. The preparations were harsher than ever. Stakes were driven deeper into the ground, the perimeter widened, torches doubled. Archers strung their bows and practiced in silence, their arrows thudding into straw dummies until the shafts stood like hedgehog spines. Shields were repaired, dented armor hammered flat, fresh spears handed out. The recruits were drilled mercilessly. Captains barked until their voices cracked, forcing the green youths to hold formation, to thrust their spears in unison, to march in step. They stumbled, they sweated, some even wept quietly, but none dared falter under Galvin's burning gaze. I wandered among them, grinning. Look at you all! Marching, shouting, stabbing straw. If the wolves see this display, they'll faint from terror before they even reach the stakes. One recruit nearly dropped his spear at my words. A veteran cuffed him across the back of the head, snarling for him to focus. I laughed softly. That evening, Galvin gathered the knights again. This time, he spoke less, his words sharper. The beasts gather in numbers we have not seen before. We cannot wait for them to strike us. Tomorrow, we march again. We will find where they gather, and we will destroy them before they destroy us. The knights answered with weary voices, but the sound still echoed with resolve. I clapped once, grinning wide. Another march? Lovely. I was worried we'd run out of entertainment. Galvin ignored me, though his jaw tightened. Night in the camp was restless. The fires burned higher, patrols doubled again, the men sleeping in armor, their weapons clutched close. Every sound from the forest made heads snap up, hands grip hilts tighter. I wandered the perimeter lazily, humming to myself. My shadows followed as always, their steps soundless. The recruits on watch flinched when I appeared. I leaned casually against a post, smiling. Nervous. They swallowed hard. And no, my lord. Good, I said brightly. If you're trembling, the wolves will smell it. Then they'll go for you first, and I'll have to watch from here. Don't worry, though I'll clap when you put up a good fight. Their faces went pale. I laughed softly and moved on. By dawn, the camp was already in motion. Squads formed into lines, shields raised, spears braced. Torches were extinguished, but every man carried one for when the forest swallowed the light. Galvin stood at the front, his armor gleaming faintly in the weak sun, his voice cutting through the morning air. We march east. Scouts will guide us. Stay in line. Do not falter. This will be the end of it. The knights roared in response, though the sound was hoarse from exhaustion. I strolled into the column with a grin, waving at Galvin. You really do enjoy these little walks, don't you? I can't keep up with all the exercise. He didn't answer, his eyes forward, his presence unbreakable. The march was slow and heavy. The forest thickened quickly, branches crowding overhead, the light dimming until it felt like dusk even in the morning. The ground was damp, churned with claw marks, old blood staining the roots. The air stank of fur and rot. The veterans kept their eyes sharp, their shields tight. The recruits stumbled but were shoved into place by harsh words and harsher glares. I hummed quietly to myself, my grin never fading. My shadows walked behind me, silent, their visors glinting faintly in the gloom. Hours passed like this, the forest stretching endlessly. The scouts led carefully, marking the ground, their faces pale. Every so often they froze, crouching to examine tracks, massive claw prints, streaks of blood, gouges in the bark. "The numbers are worse than before," one muttered. I leaned over his shoulder, grinning. "Bigger beasts, then?" "Excellent. I was worried you'd run out of variety." He flinched but said nothing. At last, we reached the place. The forest opened into a wide hollow, the ground churned to mud by countless claws. Bones littered the earth, human and beast alike, cracked and scattered. The air was heavy, thick with the stench of blood and fur. And there they were. Wolves. Boars. Bears. Dozens. Hundreds. Moving in restless circles, their eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. Their growls rumbled through the air, shaking the ground beneath our boots. The knights froze. The recruits trembled. Even the veterans tightened their grips on their weapons. Galvin's voice cut through the silence, steady and sharp. "Shields. Form tight. Advance." The men obeyed, their shields locking, their spears thrust outward. The line became a wall of steel inching forward into the hollow. I tilted my head, grinning wide. "Now this will be interesting." The beasts roared as one. The hollow erupted. Wolves surged first, pouring toward the shields, snapping and clawing. Boars charged behind them, tusks gleaming, bodies smashing into the line. Bears lumbered forward, their roars shaking the air, their claws tearing men away. The knights braced, their shields buckling under the impact, their spears stabbing desperately. Arrows flew, sinking into hides, blood spraying across the mud. The recruits screamed but were forced into line by the captain's shouts. Galvin's sword flashed, his shield bashing beasts aside, his voice dragging the men back into formation again and again. The hollow became a storm of blood and steel. And I stood in the middle, my grin bright, watching it all. Chapter 29, The Rookie in the Chaos. The hollow was a battlefield from the moment the beasts surged. Wolves lunged, their snarls cutting through the air as they slammed against shields. Boars barreled forward with tusks lowered, their sheer weight scattering men who didn't brace properly. Bears lumbered in behind them, their massive claws tearing through shields and armor alike. The knights roared in response, their shields forming walls, their spears striking again and again. The veterans held firm, their discipline keeping the line from breaking. The recruits, though, faltered. Some screamed, some thrust wildly, some stumbled back only to be shoved forward again by captains barking orders at the top of their lungs. The mud turned slick with blood in moments. Arrows hissed through the air, cutting into hides, some glancing off thick fur while others sank deep. The smell was thick iron, sweat, fur, and the tang of death. I leaned casually against a broken stump near the center, my grin bright as I watched. My two shadows loomed behind me, swords drawn but still, waiting for me to give even the slightest nod. "Now this is a performance," I said cheerfully, raising my voice over the chaos. "So many moving parts. I give it a 9 out of 10. The knights closest to me ignored the words, their eyes too full of fear and their ears too full of Galvin's orders to even spare me a glance. And then my eyes found him. Cid. He was among the recruits at the center, caught in the thickest press of wolves. Unlike the others, though, he wasn't screaming or thrusting wildly. His movements were sharp, measured, efficient. A wolf lunged at him, its jaws snapping for his throat. He stepped aside just enough, his spear darting forward into its eye. The beast collapsed instantly, and without hesitation he wrenched the weapon free and pivoted to face the next. Another came from the side. He raised his spear to block, letting the wolf's teeth sink into the shaft, then twisted hard and drove the tip into its chest. It fell with a strangled yelp. The recruits around him noticed, their fear momentarily stilled by his steadiness. They braced their own spears a little firmer, their shields pressed a little tighter. I grinned wider. Well, rookie, you do know how to put on a show. The chaos didn't slow. Wolves crashed against the shields relentlessly, snapping at arms and faces. Boars smashed through weak points, knocking men into the mud, their tusks tearing through flesh. Bears swiped entire shields aside with a single claw, dragging knights down beneath their bulk. Galvan's voice cut through it all. Hold! Push them back! Do not break! He was everywhere at once, his blade flashing, his shield smashing wolves aside. Every time a gap opened, he was there, forcing the line steady again. But even he couldn't see everything. On the left, a group of recruits faltered. A boar broke through, scattering them like children. One fell, screaming as the beast turned to gore him. Cid moved instantly. He darted in, driving his spear into the boar's flank. The beast bellowed, thrashing wildly, but he yanked the weapon free and struck again, this time lower, piercing its gut. It collapsed in the mud, squealing as blood poured out. The fallen recruit scrambled up, his eyes wide as he looked at Cid. He stammered out something lost in the din, but Cid only nodded once and turned back to the fight. I chuckled softly. Oh, how interesting! A steady hand in a storm. My shadows shifted slightly, their visors turning toward me, but I waved them down. Not yet, I murmured. Let's see how long the rookie can keep dancing. The battle raged. The ground shook with the weight of beasts, the air split by roars and screams. Blood soaked the mud until every step squelched underfoot. And still, Cid moved with that same quiet precision. He ducked under swiping claws, his spear finding weak points again and again. He never wasted a strike, never stumbled, never panicked. Each motion was deliberate, almost casual, even as the men around him screamed and faltered. The recruits began to cling to him without realizing it. They shifted closer, bracing their shields against his steadiness, thrusting their spears when he moved, finding courage in his calm. A captain noticed, his eyes flicking toward Cid even as he barked orders elsewhere. For just a moment, there was recognition in his expression before he returned to shouting at the rest. I grinned wider. You're stealing the spotlight, rookie. I can't decide if I like that or love it. Then came the bear. It lumbered into the center, its roar shaking the air. Its massive paw swung down, splintering a shield and sending the man behind it crashing into the mud. The recruits screamed, stumbling back in panic. Cid didn't. He stepped forward. The bear swiped again, but he ducked low, rolling under its reach. His spear darted upward, sinking into the beast's side. It roared in fury, spinning toward him, its jaws snapping. He didn't flinch. He wrenched the spear free and struck again, this time into its neck. The beast staggered, bellowing, its blood spraying across the mud. The veterans surged forward then, their swords flashing, their spears piercing, dragging the beast down under sheer force. The recruits stared, panting, their eyes wide. Cid only adjusted his grip on his spear and stepped back into formation. I laughed aloud, clapping once. Bravo! Truly, bravo! The battle stretched on until the wolves finally broke. Their howls rose, sharp and angry, before they scattered into the trees. The boars and bears followed, dragging their wounded with them, leaving the hollow littered with corpses. The knights stood panting, their armor dented, their weapons broken, their faces streaked with blood and sweat. The recruits slumped against shields, some sobbing quietly, others trembling too hard to speak. Cid stood calm as ever, wiping blood from his spear before planting it in the mud. His expression was blank, steady, as if none of it had touched him. The captain who had seen him earlier approached, clapping him once on the shoulder before moving on without a word. Cid gave no sign of reaction. But I noticed. Oh, rookie, I murmured cheerfully, leaning on my stump. You just keep getting more interesting. The march back to camp was slow, the men dragging their feet, the wounded carried on makeshift stretchers, the dead slung over shoulders. The air was heavy with exhaustion, the victory bitter. Galvin led at the front, his presence unbroken, his voice sharp as he ordered discipline into men ready to collapse. The captains moved constantly, keeping the line steady, their own eyes shadowed. I strolled in the middle, humming lightly, my grin never fading. My shadows followed, silent, their swords sheathed once more. Cid walked among the recruits, calm as ever, his spear still in hand. His steps were steady, his eyes sharp, his face unreadable. The others leaned on him unconsciously, their fear dulled by his quiet presence. I tilted my head, smiling. Oh, this will be fun. Chapter 30, A Cheerful Interrogation. The march back to camp dragged into dusk. The trees thickened overhead, blotting out most of the light until the column's torches became the only glow breaking the darkness. Boots slogged through mud, every step heavy with exhaustion. The wounded groaned softly as they were carried on makeshift stretchers. The dead were silent burdens slung over armored shoulders. The veterans said little, conserving their energy. The recruits whispered faintly, their voices carrying a mix of fear and relief that the beasts had retreated. Captains barked whenever they heard the voices rising, keeping order with sharp words and sharper glares. I strolled cheerfully among them, hands clasped behind my back, humming lightly under my breath. My shadows followed close as always, silent and looming, their armor pristine despite the filth covering everyone else. And in the middle of it all walked Cid. Calm, steady, his spear still in hand. His eyes scanned the treeline without rush or panic, his steps never faltering. The recruits near him leaned on his presence without realizing it, their fear dulled by the quiet steadiness radiating from him. I tilted my head, my grin widening. Oh, rookie, I do believe it's time we had a little chat. By the time the column trudged back into camp, the fires had been stoked high, and the healers were already waiting. The wounded were taken quickly, the dead carried off to be buried at dawn. The men dispersed in exhausted silence, collapsing near fires, stripping off bloodied armor, shoving stale bread into their mouths before sleep claimed them. Galvin gave his orders briskly, his voice sharp despite his own exhaustion. Double patrols. No one sleeps without a weapon in reach. We march again at first light. The knights answered hoarsely, then slumped to the ground where they could. I, of course, remained standing, bright-eyed and grinning, hands on my hips. My shadows flanked me as always, their heads turning slightly as they scanned the camp. And there was Cid. He sat near one of the smaller fires, spooning thin stew into his mouth, his face unreadable. The other recruits around him muttered nervously, their hands shaking as they tried to eat, but he sat steady, his posture as calm as it had been in the battle. I strolled toward him cheerfully, ignoring the glares I received from veterans too tired to stop me. "Rookie," I said brightly as I came to a stop beside him. "You were very entertaining today. Steady hands, sharp eyes, efficient strikes. Truly, you made the chaos almost worth watching." The recruits around him froze, their spoons halfway to their mouths. All eyes flicked from me to Cid, then back again. Cid looked up slowly. His face gave nothing away, his expression as blank as always. He swallowed his mouth full of stew before answering in a flat tone. "I did what was necessary." I laughed softly, crouching so I was eye level with him. "Necessary, yes, but so calm. While your fellows screamed and stumbled, you danced through it like it was nothing at all. Tell me, rookie, do you enjoy it?" He didn't answer immediately. He dipped his spoon back into the bowl, lifted it, and ate before speaking. "No." The recruits stared. Some shifted uncomfortably. The silence that followed was heavy. I grinned wider. No? Not even a little thrill when you buried that spear into the boar's gut? Or when you slid under that bear's claw? You must have felt something. Sid's gaze flicked to me, his eyes sharp for just a heartbeat before he looked back at his stew. I don't think about it. Oh, how fascinating, I said cheerfully, tapping my chin. You don't think, you just do. Very efficient. I like that. The recruits whispered nervously among themselves, clearly uncomfortable with me looming so close. One of them stammered, my lord, maybe let him rest. I turned my grin on him, and he went pale instantly. Rest? After such a performance? No, the rookie deserves applause first. Don't you agree? No one answered. The recruits looked down at their bowls, their hands trembling. I laughed softly and turned back to Sid. Tell me, rookie, were you always so calm? Or is it just something you discovered recently? He didn't lift his eyes. It doesn't matter. But it does, I pressed cheerfully. It matters very much to me. You see, I enjoy interesting people, and you, rookie, are very interesting indeed. Everyone else panics, falters, breaks. But not you. You simply, move. Strike. Kill. All without the slightest change in expression. How delightful! Sid remained silent, his spoon dipping into the stew again. I leaned closer, my grin bright. You're hiding something. I can smell it. At that, his eyes flicked up again, meeting mine. Calm, steady, unreadable. We stared for a heartbeat, the fire crackling between us. Then he looked away, returning to his meal as though I wasn't there. I laughed aloud, clapping once. Oh, rookie, you really are delightful. Pretending to be ordinary while your hands are sharper than half the veterans. You'll keep me entertained, I can tell. The veterans nearby shifted uncomfortably, their eyes narrowed. One muttered under his breath, enough games. I straightened, turning my grin on him. Games? Everything's a game if you look at it right.